It is 9:03 a.m. You may call the meeting to order.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, staff, members of the public. It is 9:04 a.m. on January 27th, 2026, and we are calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. We'll start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access the live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, then select the Spanish language, and finally click done. At this time, I'll ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions for Spanish.
Madam President, Madam Clerk, before the interpretation, I was hoping I could just say a few words about public participation in the meetings. And just to note, just in light of sort of recent meetings, I just wanted to emphasize that there is a portion of the agenda that's available for general public comment, and that's public comment that pertains to anything within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. And then there is also the opportunity to comment with respect to specific items. And I just wanted to note that when we are in the portion of the agenda, the regular agenda, where we're considering specific items, public comment is limited to the subject matter of the particular regular agenda item that we're dealing with. And it's been the board's president's practice to, and I believe the intent of the board president to let people know if they are off topic with respect to a regular agenda item and warn them that it's appropriate and necessary to keep comments related to the specific regular agenda item that we're dealing with, and that if the speaker doesn't, in fact, keep their comments limited to the item, that the individual may be cut off. And I wanted to just go ahead and make sure that that was clear to the public and confirm that that's the process the board president intends to follow.
Thank you. That's correct.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, honorable supervisors, and Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Les queremos dejar saber a los miembros del público que las instrucciones para poder participar en lo que es la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en el orden del día que ha sido publicado. Estas instrucciones pueden dar información de cómo presentar sus comentarios tanto por escrito y también por Zoom. También les queremos dejar saber que interpretación en directo simultáneamente de toda esta reunión será en español. Para poder acceder a lo que son los servicios de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, haga clic en lo que es un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo terráqueo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y seleccione el idioma en español. Otro comentario que queremos dejarles saber al público es de que, de acuerdo a lo que es la participación del público, hay que tomar nota que, de acuerdo a las reuniones recientes que hemos tenido y de cómo participar en lo que son estos comentarios generales, tienen que ser sus comentarios pertinentes a lo que son, de acuerdo a lo que es el orden del día regular, ya sea de acuerdo a la materia que es pertinente a lo que es el punto. La Junta Directiva ha tenido la práctica y la Presidente ha dejar saber a las personas que tienen su oportunidad de hablar, y si no es pertinente a lo que es la materia o el punto del orden del día para hacer sus comentarios, entonces le darán una advertencia, y después, si no siguen con su punto pertinente, lo vamos a cortar lamentablemente. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those instructions. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. Thank you. We will now take roll call.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa? President Corzo?
Here.
4 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. We are expecting Supervisor Canepa in the next few minutes. We will now move on to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any of my colleagues have comments or an honoring the life of they'd like to share?
I do have a comment.
Supervisor Gaucher?
I want to read a comment and thank you, Chair. I want to add my voice to the expression of grief and outrage we have all heard following the tragic murder of Alex Preddy. This was a senseless act of violence, and I condemn it with the strongest terms. Alex's life was taken far too soon, and our country feels the weight of that loss. I stand with Alex's family, friends, and loved ones as they navigate unimaginable pain. No one should ever have to endure what they're experiencing now. And as I share a comment from Dr. King, in the end, we'll remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. What is happening is both heartbreaking and infuriating, and I refuse to be silent. The violence we are seeing does not make this country stronger, and we must ask who it is supposed to serve. This nation was built on immigrants. We stand on the land of Native people. Truth we cannot ignore, and we confront the system that continue to harm vulnerable communities. To everyone in Minneapolis and here at home, please stay vigilant, look out for one another, and take care of your neighbors, especially those who may feel vulnerable or afraid. Community matters, and now more than ever. Violence of any kind tears at the fabric of our neighborhoods. It undermines our sense of safety and the values we work every day to uphold. As leaders, we remain committed to supporting ongoing investigations, ensuring accountability, and strengthening the systems that help prevent violence before it occurs. In moments like this, it is essential that we come together, listening, supporting, and making sure those affected have access to the care and resources they need. Silence is not an option. We all deserve a country rooted in dignity, humanity, and justice. Let us honor Alex's memory and the lives lost in Minneapolis by reaffirming our commitment to building communities where every person can live without fear. Rest in power, Alex Preddy. And I want to remind this country who we were after 9/11. We were able to come together as one community and work together. We are better than this. And what I'm seeing in Minneapolis right now is reminiscence of the 60s when African Americans were hosed down with water hoses by the same police. I hope that we all continue to support Minneapolis and our own communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gaucher. I see Supervisor Mueller's mic on. Oh, Supervisor Spear?
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, would like to comment on what has transpired in our country over the last couple of weeks. Like many, I have had a knot in my stomach thinking, how can this American democracy come to a screeching halt by the acts of people that have taken down American citizens? I've had young people call me and say, what should I do? And much like what Supervisor Gaucher said, silence is tacit acceptance. And none of us should be in a position of allowing this to go on in our country. Mahatma Gandhi said, nonviolence is the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. It is mightier than the mightiest weapon of destruction devised by the ingenuity of man. So as we contemplate what actions we should all be taking, I urge you to tell your friends and your foes that you are not going to sit silently by. I had someone drop this in my mailbox last night. Dear Jackie, we have been in a neighborhood for 35 years. This just popped into my head and it feels urgent. You may know how to get organizers to get this out immediately. And then she wrote, I am a pretty good American. So we may want to pursue that. I also want to celebrate the life of two San Mateo County residents who have been part of the fabric of this county for decades, Rob and Diana Coughlin, who died 4 days apart just last week. They were inseparable in life as they were now in heaven. Rob Coughlin, also known as Birdlegs, was a surfer activist, political consultant with a constant smile on his face and a love for telling stories. He also had a wicked laugh. His wife, Diana, a landscape architect, was as introverted as Rob was extroverted. Together, they were the wonderful people who touched countless lives. I met Rob when he was Assemblyman Leo Ryan's district director, and I was a 16-year-old volunteer. His blood ran eco-green, and he never shied away from a righteous fight. Rob was the founder of Friends of the River and the first president of the Surfrider Foundation. Under his leadership, with the help of the late Congressman Pete McCloskey, the Surfrider Foundation was one of the largest clean water cases in U.S. history, shutting down a pulp mill in Humboldt County. Robert served in President Jimmy Carter's White House as an environmental advisor. He also ran a public relations firm specializing in, quote, good deeds, unquote, media. He was a filmmaker producing films including Voice of the Planet, Solar Energy, The Great Adventure, and Pete McCloskey leading from the front. Rob was also instrumental in years-long litigation over Martin's Beach, right here on our coast. He teamed up, again, with the late Pete McCloskey and the legendary Joe Cochet. Venture capitalist Vinos Khosla bought the property and cut off public access to the beach. The case ultimately made it all the way to the Supreme Court, ruling to open the beach to surfers and the public. He tells many of his tales in his memoir, A Surfer in the White House and Other Salty Yarns. And everything that Rob did, his priority was to have fun. I will deeply miss his ever-present smile, his salty humor, and his wicked laugh. To learn more about Rob, I urge my colleagues and the public to read Mark Simon's column last week, which says it so beautifully. I yield back.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Canepa, did you have any board remarks or honoring the life of comments?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'd like to inform you and the public that my office has asked the California Coastal Commission to look into whether a property in my district near Thornton State Beach has violated the California Coastal Act. I'm asking the commission to require a property owner who may not be the property owner, but a squatter adjacent to Thornton State Beach in Daly City to remove a recently erected 8-foot tall chain link fence that blocks public access to trails and bluffs at the beach just south of San Francisco. Whoever erected the fence placed a hand-drawn sign on it with an image of a gun, warning that trespassers would be shot on sight. This turned very derisive last week as users of the trails have become increasingly upset as the individuals residing on the property have become hostile. I believe the squatter was arrested after allegedly threatening a passerby through the fence. If you recall, we had a similar situation some years ago at Martin's Beach, which ended up in the courts with the result that the owner of that property violated the Coastal Act by blocking access to the beach. I want to make sure the public knows action is being taken on their behalf to preserve their access to this incredible recreational area, and until the fence is removed, to be vigilant when visiting the area. Thank you very much.
What is in the county?
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I will make a few myself. I want to take a moment to honor the life of Veronica Vasquez, who was fatally struck by a driver on El Camino Real and 17th Avenue in San Mateo last Friday. Veronica was 62. She was in the neighborhood to clean houses, and she was a resident of Redwood City. She took Samtrans to work and had just gotten off the bus when she was struck. And it is devastating that we continue to lose our neighbors to crashes. We know we can prevent with better infrastructure. Veronica's loss is a collective loss to us all, and my thoughts are with her family. I also would like to take a moment to thank my colleagues here for speaking out about the heartbreaking and horrific murder of Alex Preddy. And I want to add my condolences to his family, friends, and everyone who is grieving his loss. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that Alex Preddy was an ICU nurse at a veterans hospital and committed his last moments to protecting and shielding a woman from being harmed by ICE. And it truly is tragic. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that there have been other people killed due to ICE interactions or while in ICE custody, and I will now list their names. And I will start with Alex. Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, Keith Porter, Geraldo Lunas Campos, Victor Manuel Diaz, Paradi La, Luis Beltran Yanes Cruz, Eber Sanchez Dominguez, and Luis Gustavo Nunez Cáceres. Some of the folks on this list have died in ICE custody due to a lack of medical care. Others in unknown circumstances that have yet to be investigated. I think it's important that we remember them all. And I will say this from the dais, I never have before, but I have been saying it for years, and we need to abolish ICE. This country has conducted its business and remained safe without ICE before, and we can do that again. This kind of agency has no accountability, and we should not be using our public dollars in the way that jeopardizes not just the public, but human beings that are members of our community and are our neighbors. And finally, I would like to read the county's land acknowledgement. We honor and affirm the rights of the Ohlone and the other indigenous peoples who call the unceded territories of the San Francisco Bay Area their traditional homeland. They are the descendants of the village sites that are seen and unseen. We pay respect to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of indigenous peoples for their historic and current contributions to San Mateo County. And we commit to an ongoing effort to bring about healing, inclusivity, and deeper collaborative partnerships. Thank you. We'll now move on to public comments. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting, for matters that are listed on the consent agenda, and for matters that are set for closed session. As I did last meeting, I would like to increase the public comment limit to 1.5 minutes. If there are more than 5 public comments for an item at the time the clerk calls for them, I'll reserve the option to limit to 1 minute in the interest of time. If a speaker goes over time, I will give them a single warning to wrap up, and after the first warning, I'll ask the clerk to cut the mic. This is to ensure equity of voice for all of our public comments. Thank you, and I will now hand it to the clerk to conduct public comment.
We have received written comments which were submitted and provided to the president and board members as well as the public website. Reminder to those wanting to speak on items 1 through 12, please hold those comments until the item comes up individually. We'll take comments from Chambers and then from Zoom. We have only one comment from Chambers, and that is Wendy Cho.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Wendy Cho. I'm here on behalf of the San Mateo County Food System Alliance. We are representing all parts of the county's food system, including production, retail, waste recovery, composting. And we work to ensure that the food system is resilient, equitable, and rooted in our local landscape. Currently, an estimated 1 in 10 people in our county is food insecure. As you know, this crisis is worsening rapidly due to the federal cuts to SNAP. Our Food System Alliance is here to encourage this board to continue prioritizing support for our county's growers, ranchers, health and food security partners throughout the community. These essential links in our food system are essential. I'm sorry, I just lost my place. These essential links in our food chain require steady local investment to survive. We look forward to future partnership with you and the county to bridge the gaps between our local fields and our kids' and neighbors' tables. We're interested in meeting with you individually and sharing more of our stories. Thank you so much for your time and for your continued commitment to a stronger, more food secure future for all the county's residents. Thank you.
All right, we will go to Zoom, and we have more than 5 on Zoom. Did we want to change the time?
Yes.
Okay, Madam President, at this time we do have 5 hands raised, so I'll start with Sabrina, followed by Sid Young. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who hold all political power declared in the California Constitution's Article 2, Section 1, and the U.S. Constitution Amendments 9 and 10. Article 3, Section 1 of the California Constitution affirms the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Well, Mr. Libman, I please hope that you will pay attention to what I'm about to read, because you declare that you use the Brown Act. The Brown Act and the Home Rule can you show me where that overrides the Constitution and the inalienable rights of the people? I can show you where it doesn't. In Title V, local agencies, Division 2, cities, counties, and other agencies, part powers and duties and commons to the cities, counties, and other agencies. Chapter 9, meetings, 54950. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies to which serve them. The people, in delegating their authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for the people to know. The people must insist in remaining informed so they retain control over the instruments they have created.
You are over
That
time.
is
Thank
we,
you.
the people.
Next speaker, Sid Young, followed by Martin Fox. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I live in Moss Beach, and the county recently spent $30,000 to put no parking signs on Carlos Street so that Mid-Penn Housing could get their building permits due to the narrowness of the street. They've put up no parking signs, but already there's been construction on that street, and the contractors such as PG&E, et cetera, are now parking where the no parking signs are. And as you know, there's no meter maids in Moss Beach. And what are we going to do about enforcement? I just like to know, I realize there's no sheriffs at the substation anymore because they all moved down to Half Moon Bay. But it seems like a big waste of money for the Department of Public Works to put up $30,000 worth of no parking signs, only to have it be ignored by the contractors for Mid-Penn.
Thank you. Martin Fox, followed by Michelle Stevens. Martin, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Corozal, my fellow veteran county attorney, Mr. Niblin, Supervisors Spear, Mueller, Gauthier, Canepa, and County Executive, Mr. Callaghy. Thank you for your service to the county, which is an inadequate response to Alex Petty's violent passing in Minneapolis. Please make the United States safer and healthier for persons serving veterans. May Alex Petty live in eternal peace. Veterans have lost a great caregiver, one of many. Please remember him and all the VA caregivers with a respectful moment of silence today. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. We'll now go to Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as one of the people, Sue Juris. Before I've spoken about null and void, and here is a perfect example of where your little rules are null and void. California Constitution, Section 2. Every person may freely speak, write, or publish his or her sentiments on all subjects, being responsible for the abuse of this right. A law may not restrain or abridge the liberty of speech or press. So your little rule with your little minute is not constitutional. You've sworn an oath that says to the republic, not democracy. We are not a democracy. We are a republic, and you are to abide by the Constitution,
Thank
which
you. You are
is
over
the
time.
law
Next
of
speaker.
this.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Bruce, followed by Ann Schneider. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I appear today here in lawful exercise of people's right to petition and redress, which is not symbolic, it is structural. Under the original California Constitution, government exists to secure and protect the people in their inherent rights. And when it fails in that duty, the people retain the right to reform it through lawful means. Redress requires more than permission to speak. It requires meaningful notice, meaningful opportunity to be heard, and decision makers who remain open until deliberation is complete. When outcomes appear predetermined, when public comment is placed after commitments are functionally formed, or when findings are conclusory rather than evidence-based, the process itself is defective, regardless of intent. Three settled maxims for you to think about here. Maximum law, where authority is ambiguous, it is absent.
Thank you, Bruce. And Ann Schneider, please unmute and begin. Ann Schneider, you're unmuted, but there's no sound. Ann Schneider? There's still no audio coming and your mic is unmuted. Madam President, I defer to you.
I think we can ask one more time and
Okay,
then
sure.
Move on.
Ann Schneider, if you can hear us, your audio is unmuted, but there's no jumping of the mic. This is our final call. Okay, apologies, but we don't hear any sound and you're still unmuted, so we will go ahead and consider that final attempt. And Madam President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to, I want to thank all the speakers during public comment, and we will now take action to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda. I will take a motion to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gaucher, and I'm going to give the second to Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear,
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Yes.
President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating January 2026 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And I will pass it over to Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Mueller to present.
Thank you, Madam President. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. We are less than 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl 2026 in Santa Clara. The event, as we all know, will bring millions of visitors to our region, and law enforcement is on heightened alert to spot and stop human trafficking activities, both labor and sex trafficking. I'm very glad that San Mateo County has renewed its efforts to combat this heinous crime, which is one of the world's fastest growing criminal enterprises. Back in 2014, when I was still in Congress, I launched an effort named the Zero Tolerance Initiative in San Mateo County that resulted in a task force and anti-human trafficking protocol We worked in close collaboration with local, state, and federal officials and with the San Francisco and Santa Clara counties. The effort stopped in 2022 when the anti-trafficking unit that was housed in the sheriff's office was defunded. Last June, Supervisor Mueller and I revived San Mateo County's efforts and created a human trafficking cybercrime program. Then last December, we hosted a training event for law enforcement, hospitality, and transportation workers, hospital workers, and service providers. Some 250 people participated. The county executive and the district attorney's office is now expanding its efforts to address human trafficking, and we're grateful for that. We will now hear from after Supervisor Mueller, we'll hear from DA Steve Wagstaff on the work that's going to go on in the department.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this issue. Today, our focus is on providing support to the victims of human trafficking and holding those who perpetrate this crime accountable to justice. I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to District Attorney Wagstaff and his office, to County Executive Callaghy, to all of our police chiefs and law enforcement in the county who are focused on this right now, to Sheriff Bender and the district and the Deputy Sheriff's Association, colleagues on the board, our federal and state partners, and all the nonprofit organizations who are focused on this as the Super Bowl is just weeks away. I just wanted to share one thing with the community, and I try to share it every time this comes up. As we approach the Super Bowl, our residents can help in this effort. One of the things that we've learned over the last few months is that those who operate, who perpetrate these crimes have figured out that the hotels have caught on and that they're trained and that people are looking for them. And they've moved into short-term rentals. And so most people know if they have a short-term rental in their neighborhood. We certainly hear about it from time to time, that people have complaints about that. But in these next few weeks, if you see cars coming and going from that short-term rental, if it really seems like there's something more going on there than just people renting it for the week, report it. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't hurt. Let law enforcement know. You might save someone. And with that, it's my honor to go ahead and turn it back over to Supervisor Spear and District Attorney Wagstaff.
Good morning. Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates, thank you for letting me talk to you briefly here this morning about this insidious crime. Before I do, I want to emphasize what you started this meeting with is a given in San Mateo County. I was interviewed and spoke yesterday to NPR saying, what would you do as DA if something like that happened here? And I acted surprised and said, what do you mean? Of course, anybody who violates the law gets held accountable. I don't care who they are. Prince or pauper, cop or criminal, somebody does something wrong, they get held accountable for it. Thank you. And the same thing applies to this insidious crime of human trafficking. And I am appreciative to Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, for lighting the match, for getting us started again on this. I was there with you back in that time in the teens when we launched it, and then it changed, and I am glad to see it come back. I'm honored to, but it's going to be different on what we're doing here, because what we're doing is attacking it in new places. As we know so well, as we learned at the seminars that have been going on, it is not a matter in San Mateo County of finding what they call a blade. That's a street where it's occurring, out there like International Boulevard, Tenderloin, First Street, East San Mateo, in San Jose. For us, we need to dig. And to that extent, that takes an effort. And it can't be worse, a county of multiple police agencies. And I'm grateful that at your instigation and with your support, we're going to be able to attack this. You're so fortunate. We are also fortunate to have a county executive, Mr. Callaghy, who was willing to take the vision that this board expressed and say, now let's make it happen. And he provided to my office and to our new sheriff to be teammates. He provided us the resources, and we're going to do it. It's starting out in my office because, of course, the sheriff is drinking from a fire hose trying to figure out what's going on in that building. But we're working together with it. We have a great collaboration. We are going to have in my office, my chief inspector, Bill Massey, is going to be the leader. It's a senior inspector named Kevin Raffelli, who is far from a rookie and taking things on and never fails. We'll lead it, and we will have a sheriff's detective. We'll have one of my inspectors. Now, you say, how can 4 people or 5? And we will also have a management analyst. How can 4 or 5 people attack this? And the answer is by themselves, we'd scratch the surface. But what we have is an energized law enforcement. They've been attending these seminars and training, and yesterday, the county executive went and got them all together. I have to tell you, in my many decades here, I've never seen a group of police chiefs respond so quickly on that short notice. Mr. Callaghy carries some weight in this county because they all showed and they all basically held their hands up saying, yep, we're on board. And that'll be what we're doing here. This is not a Super Bowl reaction. This is not a 6 FIFA matches reaction. This is what we need to do going forward to make sure, as Mr. Callaghy said yesterday, we are going to eradicate it in San Mateo County. And it's in those spots. It's in the hidden spots, like Supervisor Mueller says, the Airbnbs, the quick in and outs, things like that. And that's what we're going to find. It's not going to be an education process. That's been done, and we'll continue to do that, to educate, the emergency rooms, to educate the hotel staff. That's there. But this time it's going to be out there, boots on the ground occurring. And that's what we want to do because Mr. Callaghy didn't give us, as he always does, as you all know, it isn't just, hey, would you work on this? He gave us a deadline. We've got to make some progress by June. And that doesn't mean we'll spend the next few months ramping up. There won't be any ramp up. As I told him in the meeting and told all the chiefs, when does it start? 6 o'clock this morning. 6 o'clock this morning with exchanges going on. So, yes, we're shouldering it. Yes, we're going to stop it as it exists in San Mateo County. Yes, we're going to shut it down, whether it is in Airbnbs, whether it's in hotels, or whether it is out there in massage parlors. We're going to find it, and we're going to do it. And the word will spread. The word will spread about San Mateo County. And the word we want out there is, as it is in so many areas, stay out of San Mateo County because they'll enforce it and they'll punish you. And that's what we want to do. So thank you for the support. Thank you so much. Mr. Callaghy, thank you for blowing the horn and bringing the troops together and having the trust in Sheriff Binder and myself to make this happen. We, as I said to my team, when Mr. Callaghy or the board gives us an assignment, there's no option. We have to come back and say, let's tell you about our success. Failure is not an option. I know that's a trite phrase, but it's what we're working with here. So thank you so much, because we can go on and on about the evils here. And anybody who has, I'm sure many of you have, if not all of you, have spoken to a victim of this modern day slavery. There are a few crimes that are worse, few crimes that are more evil than what we're encountering here. And as was noted, it's growing. It's not shrinking in our world. And that's what we want to, at least in our little part of the world, bring to a conclusion. Thanks for listening to me today.
Thank you, Mr. Wagstaff. We have a resolution to present to you, so if you will join us.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think we need to, it sounds like Supervisor Gaucher has a question, and then we need to take public comment and take a vote. Supervisor Gaucher?
Thank you. Thank you for this, and this is so important. And I'm glad we're doing something in our region. This is really a regional effort and a regional issue that happens. In East Palo Alto, we know that we had a young lady who was taken from East Palo Alto to Oakland, and because the departments don't talk, there was nothing that Oakland would do to help East Palo Alto, and they knew where she was. Is there a way to expand this reach and the work that you're doing right now to include a more regional approach with other police departments?
We want to evolve to that. What I can say, at least through the world that I live in of prosecutors, I've had conversations with all of the district attorneys surrounding this. We were all at a human trafficking gathering last November, hosted by the U.S. Attorney, but we got together and talked about what can we do because it does travel. You are so correct. I remember not too many years ago, I was told that there were 14 girls in our juvenile hall who had been trafficked. And I followed up with Mr. Keene and with the juvenile court judge and found out that not one of them was trafficked in our county. They were all trafficked over in Oakland, but were sent to our county to commit theft and other type of crimes. Mm-hmm. So you're right. It has to be regional and taking it the one step at a time. I'll succeed first here so Mr. Callaghy doesn't give me a one-eyed look. But that's very much would be a wonderful goal because Santa Clara County has a very active program. And the reality is our sheriff was one of the people leading it at one point. And so I'm excited to get the wealth of his experience on board here.
Well, I just want to thank my colleagues for bringing this, and thank you all for the work. It is so important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we will, Supervisor Mueller?
I was going to move the item.
Sure. We can take the motion and then do public comment. So motion by Supervisor Mueller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Spear. Sorry. Public comment, please.
All right. Motion passes. So then, sorry. Let's go ahead and take public comment on item number 1 on the proclamation of Human Trafficking Month. And we have one in chambers. And it is Rose McCarr.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President, and thank you, Supervisor Spear and Mueller and all the Board of Supervisors and the County Manager's Office as well for supporting this proclamation. I'm Rose McCarr. I'm the founder and executive director of Justice at Last, and we are a nonprofit law firm that exclusively works with survivors of human trafficking. And over the course of 10 years, we have served over 2,000 survivors that were trafficked throughout the Bay Area. But in San Mateo County in particular, we have represented 82 survivors that were trafficked here in San Mateo County. So we know it's an issue that impacts our county. And I'm grateful for the proclamation and the focus on law enforcement and the prosecution. But I also want to call out the need for survivors. Survivors need supportive services. Once we've identified a survivor, are we ensuring that they're no longer vulnerable for further exploitation? And so I'm here today to encourage you to do more and to create partnerships with organizations like Justice at Last that work with survivors that understand the needs. We are a legal service provider, but we provide a host of services as well. And the other thing I just wanted to say was, as a nonprofit law firm, we're committed to using law to support survivors, to hold those responsible accountable and help create pathways to safety, dignity, and justice. But we realize this work requires collaboration. And so again, I'm thankful for all of you here today to make this proclamation, not just for the month of January, but for each month of the year, and to be dedicated and to hopefully to create partnerships going forward with organizations like Justice at Last that support survivors. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes public comment in chambers. We'll go ahead and go to Zoom, which I think we have 2, so keep it at 1:30.
Thank you. So now we'll take comments on Zoom, and this is regarding National Human Trafficking Prevention Month proclamation. We'll start with Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I come in as one of the people, Sir Juris, who holds all political power. I noticed in your first presentations, he mentioned the county executive. In the county charter, there isn't a county executive, only a county manager. No president or vice president exists. And also states that you guys follow the home rule. Human trafficking is a horrible tragedy that is happening in our country. And it is being discovered that a lot of these NGOs that you give money to are existing to go up to the legal aid, rapid response, and all that are interfering with ICE, that are obstructing and trying to stop to deport the people that are committing these heinous acts. So also, I just want to mention in the home rule, it does state the state constitution gives the municipalities and other counties to the ability to pass various type of laws giving to themselves, so long as the laws do not conflict with the state and federal constitution. And that is what your home rule is. You are conflicting with it and you're violating the rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Hello, everyone. I come to you as one of the people, one of God's children, sui juris. You want to talk about trafficking. You want to talk about these people getting killed. All of this happens because when elected servants or servants that have been appointed do not understand the Constitution and their rights. No one has the right to riot. It's not in our Constitution. They have the right to do just like what I'm doing, address, peacefully address. Okay, you talk about all these NGOs and all this stuff, all these kids. I brought this up months ago. Where are the 300,000 children? Can the NGOs answer that? They were the ones who took them. They were the ones that handed them over to CPS. Now, I would like to know, do they know where these kids are at? Or are they doing just like the marijuana grower and just shipping them in, 5 years old up there working? That's what these NGOs are doing. And this is what you're backing. Board, please go to the Constitution. Do what's right. You took an oath to serve and protect. That meant United States citizens. Anyone that comes across that border illegally
Thank you.
does
Next
not
speaker.
have.
That's your time. We'll now go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Board. Chair. Yeah, I want to address the right to redress again, a right that exists precisely because government's first duty under the original California Constitution is to secure and protect the people and their inherent rights, including life, liberty, and safety. Human trafficking is rightly a major concern today, but effective prevention requires confronting where trafficking actually flows through complex, opaque operational pipelines, often involving layers of non-governmental organizations, contractors, and service intermediaries operating with public funds, but limited public visibility, where jurisdiction is fragmented and accountability is diffused. Abuse flourishes. Maximum of law, where authority is ambiguous, it is absent. Maximum of law, what is done without authority is void. Maximum of law, that which is entrusted must be strictly accountable. Trafficking is not enabled by rhetoric, it is enabled by structure, unclear lines of authority, delegated functions without oversight, data silos, and programs insulated from meaningful audit and public scrutiny. When government funds or endorses operations it cannot fully supervise, it assumes responsibility for the foreseeable risks that follow. Redress means this board must ensure
Thank
that
you.
any
Next speaker, please. Thank
anti-trafficking.
you. And that's your time. And that concludes public comment, Madam President.
Madam President?
Oh, it looks like we have one more comment from Chambers.
Susan Manhammer.
Thank you so much, President and county executives. I just want to say that this is a full circle moment of great importance. I want to remember then Assembly member, State Senator, Congresswoman Spear, probably in the 2014, 2012. And I just remember you calling all of the chiefs and all of Bay Area law enforcement together to say we cannot allow this in our county. We cannot be a part of this. And here we are again. We started that human trafficking task force. It certainly had an impact, having worked in the Tenderloin, having worked in Oakland, where, yes, there is a blade where these women are trafficked and others on the street. They are in our county as well. And it is Bay Area wide. And so kudos to you all for standing this up, for Mike Callaghy, who has been an ardent ardent proponent of using all means necessary to ensure that we have no more human trafficking, and for you all to carry this again and do a call to action of everyone. It will be a regional effort for sure, especially around the Super Bowl. It's wonderful you're getting this started right now. And it's so important, I think, to not only our region, but to the victims everywhere. Thank you so much for doing. I just wanted to reinforce that. And you know that we're all behind this effort. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes public comment. Thank you. We will bring it back to the board for discussion and then a vote. Any other comments from my colleagues here? Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Mueller?
Well, I think I would just like to make the point that's been made already that we have to be committed to providing services to the victims, and we intend to do that. And I would also like to say to Sabrina, Michelle, and Bruce, I would like for you to make an appointment to come talk to me in my office. I think that would be a helpful discussion for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to add some comments as well. I believe it was said during public comment that it's important to provide services to survivors, and I completely agree. I'm not sure that the public knows that our Domestic Violence Council was transformed and now is officially the Coalition to End Abuse, Violence, and Exploitation. And that obviously broadens the scope of the work that we'll be doing. It does include human trafficking. That being said, there's a lot of work to do, and so we welcome anyone who is interested to reach out to me via email or by calling my district office so that we can share information on how to be involved and be a part of that work as well. And Rose is already a member of the coalition, and we do need more hands because there's a lot to do. And we also have our Family Justice Center work, which will hopefully be fully up and running by the end of this year. That will also support survivors. And so I do think it's important to highlight that we need to focus on survivors. And with that, I'm happy to take it back to the clerks for a roll call vote.
All right, Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'd now like to welcome DA Wagstaff and for the picture. We are now on item 2, presentation of a proclamation designating January 2026 as Blood Donation Month. And I'll hand it over to Supervisor Gaucher, who has sponsored this item.
Thank you so much. Today we recognize January 26 as Blood Donation Month. At a time when donating blood truly means the difference between life and death. Right now, the nation's blood supply has dropped by 35%. A long holiday season, record levels of flu activity, and drastic weather have sharply reduced donations, forcing hospitals to carefully triage already limited blood supply. Last month alone, approximately 400 blood drives were impacted by extreme winter weather. This is why a single blood donation can save multiple lives. For families facing medical crisis, these donations mean more time, more hope, and sometimes a second chance at life. This proclamation is both a thank you and a call to action. If you are eligible, we encourage you to schedule an appointment to donate. I will be donating today at 3 o'clock, so pray for me, along with my team members who have signed up as well. Donations can be made at local American Red Cross, Vitalant, I think I'm saying that right, or Vitalant, or Stanford Blood Center, donation centers, and mobile drives. My office has partnered with Stanford Blood Center, and we're hosting a blood drive today here at the County Center in Building 455, directly across from the Hall of Justice. As a special thank you, those who are donating today will receive a Stanford Blood Center and Golden State Warriors hoodie. For more information, we are joined today by Stanford Healthcare's Clayton Toller. Where's Clayton? In the back. Come on up, Clayton. And Jennifer Tarai, who are here to accept the proclamation and share some additional details.
Good morning, Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, and County staff. First of all, my name is Jennifer Tarai. I'm the Senior Director of Local Government and Community Affairs for Stanford Healthcare, and I'm joined today by Clayton Toller, a Program Manager with the Stanford Blood Center. And we just really want to genuinely thank you, Supervisor Gaucher, for asking us to have a blood drive set up today, because we know that it's going to save so many lives. And I will pass it over to Clayton to talk a bit about the importance of donating blood.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, Supervisors. I'd like to take the opportunity right now to speak a little bit about the importance of donating blood, and especially of asking people to run blood drives and having people come out to us and ask to run blood drives with us, and how important that is for the overall supply of blood. Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs a life-saving blood transfusion. It is red cells, which is a product that we make out of a whole blood donation, is the #1 most prescribed pharmaceutical product in hospitals across the nation. It can go to any type of patient. It could go to somebody who is chronically ill, who needs a transfusion of red cells just to feel good enough to take on the day. It could go to someone who has lost a lot of blood due to a trauma. For example, if you ever hear the Life Flight helicopter, it flies directly over these buildings quite often. That could be a trauma bucket right there, which is 6 units of O-neg blood and 3 units of AB positive plasma. That's flying right above you right at that time. Or it could be, for example, at Stanford Hospital, we are a transplant center, so those units of blood being collected could be going to an organ transplant patient who needs hundreds of people to donate just to save that one life. Just to give you an example, this fall we had an adult liver transplant patient who used over 130 products, both red cells and plasma, by themselves, meaning we needed 130 different people to decide to donate blood so that that person could get a second chance at life. Stanford Blood Center is a medium-sized blood center. We are not small, but we are certainly not large. And even we need 1,000 different people each week, nearly, to decide to donate blood just to meet the needs of local patients. Okay? Now, that can be difficult. The reality of it is, even though over 60% of the population is eligible to donate blood, only about 4% do. So all of those units of blood that are transfused. And by the time I'm done talking up here, more than 50 people more will have needed a life-saving blood transfusion. The only way to get those people to donate is to make it as convenient as possible. Because right now, only 4% supports 100% of the need. Okay, and convenience is everything, especially in an area like here in the Bay Area, where it's difficult to ask somebody to tack an extra hour onto their day, either at the beginning or at the end, to drive to one of our mobile centers. It's just too hectic, and the hours and the traffic has gotten too bad. But the way that we can fight that is to be as convenient as possible, to pull ourselves up where people work, where they play, and where they pray, to give them an opportunity to take that hour out of their day already and come save lives with us. And in order for that to happen, we need champions. We need champions like Supervisor Gaucher and her wonderful staff of aides and assistants that were able to make today's blood drive happen over at 455 County Center. The only way that we can get more and more people is to have more and more people invite us out to run blood drives like this. And the more places we go, the more different people we see. And for Stanford Blood Center especially, that's very important because we are a research institution, of course, and one of the things that we are here to do, one of our missions, is to continually research and unlock the mysteries inherent in blood. And as we've done that, we have found that something as simple as just a blood type that stays or is more prevalent within an ethnicity, or certain special antigens that are very prevalent in certain ethnicities, where that person has to get a very, very special type of blood or they do not have a good outcome. The only way we're going to be able to make our donor base just as diverse as our patient base is by having more and more places that we can go out and we can have blood drives. And to that end, we have been delighted to be able to work with the Office of Government Affairs at Stanford and with champions like Supervisor Gaucher so that we can have places to give opportunities to communities who have been historically underrepresented and underserved through blood donation. Today is a perfect example of that. I have every expectation that we're going to collect probably 50 or more units of blood, which is going to translate to 150 lives impacted within the next couple of days right at local hospitals. So if any of you, the call to action, if any of you supervisors or anybody in the audience has a place for us to have a blood drive, please reach out to us because it could be you that makes the difference in saving somebody's life.
And I want to note one more thing, and I think I want Clayton to talk a little bit about this, but the blood that is donated to Stanford Blood Center does not only serve Stanford patients. Their blood serves the entire community.
Yeah, and to speak a little bit more in detail about that, Stanford Blood Center, Stanford Hospital and Clinics, and Lucille Packard Children's Hospital are obviously one of our primary users of blood. However, the blood that we collect goes all across the entire Bay Area, from the new Stanford hospitals out in the Tri-Valley area, Sequoia Hospital here in Redwood City, the VA in Palo Alto, also in Livermore. And in addition to that, as other blood centers have scaled back collections in this area, we have ramped up, and that has allowed us to be a secondary supervisor for pretty much every hospital from San Francisco down to South County, Gilroy, and beyond. So when you're donating blood, you are going to be saving the life of somebody local. And like I said, within about 2 days, our testing protocol takes 2 days, and then those units are released. We like to say at Stanford Blood Center, we want the blood waiting for the patient and not the patient waiting for the blood. And the only way we can do that is by having more blood drives and having more champions like Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking back at Josh. I think Josh just gave blood already this morning, and he's smiling. So there's hope. I want to thank our HR department they've teamed with us and worked as well, San Mateo County Blood HR department. And for all those who filled the spots, we filled the spots early in the morning, and we had to add an additional time onto today to make space for others. So again, thank you. This is definitely going to make a difference.
Thank you very much.
Return it back. I have a question.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Spear.
There was a blood bank by Peninsula Hospital for decades. That no longer is there. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was a Vitalant, or back in those days, a Blood Centers of Pacific fixed site center that was there. That is no longer in use. Stanford Blood Center's closest fixed site center is in Menlo Park, Burgess Park, and we also have others down in the South County as well. But as I said, the most convenient way to do it is to show up at people's works with either one of our blood mobiles or like is happening over in 455 today, where we turn a conference room into a mini blood center for the day, and then we disappear like we were never there.
Could you tell us what is the most needed blood type?
Well, it takes all types.
Well, I understand that,
right?
but there is
the universal donor is O negative, right? Type O is considered the overall universal donor, but O negative is the fully universal donor. However, that's different for plasma. That we're talking about red cells. Red cells is the most commonly prescribed product from blood, but plasma is also incredibly important, specifically with traumas where people lose a lot of volume of blood. Plasma is what goes back in to get that volume back up. And in that case, that trauma bucket that I talked about flying over us in the life flight, that's going to be type AB, right? So type AB is your universal donor for plasma. Type O or O negative is going to be your universal donor for red cells. But the reality of it is we want a type A patient getting type A blood. We want type AB getting type AB and type O getting type O. And the only way we can do that is casting a wide net to as many different places as we possibly can.
Thank you.
I just wanted to correct something. There actually is still a Vitalant blood donation site in San Mateo. It's just across the street from the hospital in downtown San Mateo, and it's located at 48 2nd Avenue, San Mateo. I know because I had an appointment last week that I had to cancel because I had work.
You
But
can come see us today
yes,
if you like.
I would love to. I'm going to start drinking a lot of water because I have baby veins and I need
hydrate.
water.
That's the most important, yes.
But thank you so much. Any other comments from my colleagues? No, thank you. I have donated blood before, but it is important to have to take your vitamins, because if you are low in iron or certain things, you are unable to give, which was my case, which is now why I take a lot of vitamins. But I would encourage everyone to take the opportunity. It is here for us. What time will it be closing?
We are here until 3 p.m. today, and we should have room for walk-ins if you want to go on over. Bring your driver's license. Eat like you normally would. This is not a test. This is not a fasting test. So eat like you normally would and drink a couple of extra glasses of water. Most of what we take from you is plasma, and most of plasma is water. So if you want to feel good after you donate, drink extra water.
Amazing.
And as a donor, I will say that when I have not prepared properly, the Stanford Blood Center team took very good care of me.
It's not an outcome that we like, but it's something that does happen from time to time, and our staff is fantastic at dealing, especially with first-time donors. So if you are on the fence, the Warriors hoodie sweatshirt is pretty cool. It's a great promo, so please do come on out. And you get to get a little card so you get the exact size that you want to, so please come on out.
Awesome.
That promo is going through second week of February, but if you want to donate in June, we've got Giants tickets, and in August, we've got a Giants jersey. We got all kinds of fun stuff for you to come out throughout the year.
Amazing. Thank you so much for elevating this important need, Supervisor Gaucher. And with that, I think we will move to public comment.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking public comment on item number 2 for Blood Donation Month. We don't have any speaker cards in chambers, so we'll go to online.
Thank you. We do have 2 hands raised, and now 3. So we'll start with Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people surrogers who hold all political power. I do admire the blood bank donations. I was a continual, probably 13-gallon member. My brother used the services when he got in a very horrible car accident and had massive transfusions. However, the times have changed since then. There's a lot of people, you've changed the screening rules. You've allowed people who probably that should not be donating because they can contaminate the blood supplies. You're not doing the screenings that you used to. And also a lot of people don't want to get the vaccinations with the mRNA in that from the vaccines into their system. As we've seen, it's causing all sorts of severe health problems. The other thing is California had just passed the medical privacy in the Bill of Rights in Article 1, Section 1, 1.1. And now Because of that, you guys cannot constitutionally ask anyone for any medical background. This is going to create a huge problem with contaminations. And as also for the plasma donors, they get paid to donate the plasma. So that means drug addicts, anybody with any type of communicable disease can be spread through this whole blood donation system. It's something that needs to be addressed and corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Michelle Stevens. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as one of the people, Siri Juris, and a child of God. Blood donations are really important. I agree with that. But I do believe that from here on out, our country as a whole is going to suffer. The way that the hospitals did the families during COVID has turned everybody away from our medical field. It's really sad, but it is the truth.
Please stay on topic.
I am. I'm talking about the blood drive. Is that not what we're talking about? Can I have my time back, please?
Please continue. Your time is
It is
running.
a horrible thing. It is a horrible thing what has happened. Our country does need donors. They really do. But with the way the donation system is being ran, it puts everyone in danger. I agree with your sentiment, and I hope you guys will do something to correct it. We do need the blood, but we need healthy, clean blood, not contaminated. And we don't need people tracking our blood, tracking our family history through our blood. That goes against our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And we have Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board and Chair. I want to address today's proclamation encouraging blood donation from the standpoint of public trust. Blood donation depends entirely on trust. Trust in institutions, trust in safeguards, trust that participation is truly voluntary and informed. During the COVID era, that trust was severely damaged. The people experienced emergency rulemaking, coercive mandates, and policies later acknowledged to exceed constitutional limits. Informed consent was blurred, dissent was punished, and transparency was often replaced with compulsion. Regardless of intent, the effect was a profound breach of confidence between the public and the systems meant to serve them. Many residents remain concerned about how biological data is handled, stored, shared, or studied. Concerns amplified by the rapid expansion of emergency authorities, data partnerships, and opaque public-private arrangements during that period. When people feel their bodies or data may be used beyond the scope of their consent, participation collapses. That is not misinformation. It is a rational response to institutional overreach. If this board wishes to encourage blood donation meaningfully, proclamations alone are not enough. Trust must be rebuilt through clear limits, strict consent, transparency, and accountability. People must know that the participation is voluntary, narrowly used, and fully protected from secondary uses outside the donor's
Thank you for your
explicit
comments.
consent.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for a motion.
I move that we accept this proclamation designating January 2026 as Blood Donation Month.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Gaucher, second by Supervisor Mueller. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to item 3, presentation of a tourism strategic plan by the San Mateo County and Silicon Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I will hand it over to County Executive Mike Callaghy to introduce this item.
Thank you, President Corzo and members of the board. It's really an honor for me to introduce this group who really needs no introduction. They've done such an incredible job. John has really brought tourism to a new level in San Mateo County, and we're just so excited to have Mr. Hutar here today to explain what is going on, the changes that have been made, and some of the unbelievable folks he has behind him who are supporting this effort. John, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, Vice President Mueller, members of the board, and thank you for that warm introduction, Executive Callaghy, and thank you to all county staff. I am joined by members of our Board of Directors, Casper von Eldichteim, General Manager of the Grand Hyatt SFO, Karen Newport, CEO of Filoli, Roseanne Faust, CEO of SMCBS, and Mitch Postal, CEO of the San Mateo Historical Association, and also our staff member, Nova Maldonado, our Chief Advocacy Officer. We are excited to share with you the strategic plan that we have recently launched. And we were founded in 1971, just to give you a little background, by San Mateo County hoteliers to attract visitors and drive hotel stays. We also provide the duties of the Region's Film Commission and the county's As Fresh as It Gets farm-to-table program. The last 5 years were very busy surviving COVID, rebranding the organization, setting up a new tourism district. Last year we set up an advisory council, and today we're talking about the strategic plan that was launched. Yesterday, a little halo effect. Thank you, Supervisor Mueller, for extending a proclamation of supporting our farm ag community, and about 100 restaurateurs who came together to talk about subjects that will increase visitation to our restaurants and our downtowns. County support there, very much appreciated. A little bit about our where we stand. We came back from 85% down in COVID compared to 2019, now to 15% down. We still have a ways to go, but focused on driving transient occupancy tax to our communities and keeping and growing the job base of 38,000 tourism workers. Our board of directors made up of consisting of largely hotel general managers from every city we serve, and some key tourism-related slots like San Francisco International Airport, the Historical Association, and the rental car industry. Our advisory council, I am so fortunate to have great trusted advisors at the dais today. Supervisor Spear, County Executive Callaghy, Nicholas Calderon from the county staff. And you see 7 pillars of talent and the best and the brightest of San Mateo County to advise us. Our launch meeting this fall at Filoli, and that great activation there with Arturo Rania Redeye. And we also thank you for making the community we live in so nice. And that is important to the visitor, and you may not think of yourselves as part of the tourism ecosystem, but folks who visit can see themselves living there. They then translate into seeing themselves working there. They then get the inspiration to invest, and that makes the overall community much stronger. Our purpose, to inspire travel to the region with the goal of enhancing economic growth and quality of life. Our vision, to be known and respected as the premier gateway to a California escapade and sensational base camp from which to immerse oneself into the peninsula's diverse experience. experiences, bringing together all of our 20 cities and communicating that to the visitor. And all of that translates into attracting meetings, conventions, events for those who travel for business or pleasure to stay in our hotels and drive up that tourism occupancy tax. So 3 pillars of our strategic plan: support destination asset development, advocate for significant upgrades to the San Mateo County Event Center, analyze opportunities for additional tournament-grade sports facilities throughout the peninsula. We don't know what that is today, but we feel there's a market there. Our hotels are busy generally Monday through Thursday, but there's opportunity on the weekend. And consider developing a tourism master plan which would allow our cities, as they invest in infrastructure, to be more tourism ready. The second pillar, endeavor to maximize the destination experience, analyze. And we announced yesterday 2 key events that I'll talk to in a minute that will drive more visitors to the peninsula and be known for these events. Advocate for completion of the Bay Trail. It is, what we have is nice, but it can be improved. And we feel there's a way to amplify all that we offer in nightlife to the region. And then the last pillar is to continue to improve our organization to do more advocacy in the community and to further tell the community what we do and bring them into the picture. Our annual report we'll launch the new one in March, but responsible for 670 group leads that translated into 90,300 room nights, 18 million in room revenue, and $52 million of economic impact. We work with a number of agencies, Visit California on the state level, and most recently the Bay Area Host Committee that is bringing us Super Bowl, 6 FIFA matches. The Fortinet Founders Cup is coming to Sharon Heights in March. This is a top-tier ladies pro golf tournament that will fill our hotels very nicely. And there's been a lot of talk that the Super Bowl activities all in San Francisco and in San Jose, and we salute our advisory council member, Allison Keeney, for landing 3 big events at the Cow Palace, February 6th, 7th, and 8th. 6 of our hotels were beneficiaries of direct blocks with the NFL. And entering the new year, our hotels were between 3 and 4x ahead of booking pace compared to the previous year. And unlike the Super Bowl 10 years ago, business is still down. So this time we won't be displacing business like we did 10 years ago. We have partnered with Caltrain during Super Bowl to amplify and encourage folks to stop in our cities on the peninsula in San Mateo County as they're going back and forth. And this is step 1 of what we feel will be a long-term relationship. On the 18th of February, we will have a FIFA preparedness seminar at the South San Francisco Conference Center. And we will have an update from Bay Area Host Committee. We're working with our new sheriff to talk about public safety. We will be talking and certifying, doing some more training on human trafficking, talking about service preparedness and opportunities for restaurants and shops to activate. 5 of our cities are considering watch parties, and they have submitted applications, and that process is working its way through. On the 19th of March, we will have our tourism luncheon unveiling our new annual report for 2025, and we would encourage all of you to attend. And then the big reveal yesterday were 4 key events. Heritage Fire, and thank you, Nicholas Calderon, for your efforts. Coyote Point is the site for the Bayside event, July 26th. I apologize for that typo. Whiskeys of the World will be coming to Coastside in August of 2026 and bookended by a Dine Around the Peninsula, April 23rd through May 3rd of this year. And our restaurateurs felt very strongly that this event needs to happen in January. The merry-go-round was turning, so we missed it for this year, but January 21 to 31 in 2027. And we want to salute our friends and CEOs of our chambers of commerce who are integral to our success in helping us get all of our communities involved. A list of events coming up. You are always welcome to join us as leaders of the community. And with that, we say our thanks and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board?
I have one. John, thank you. It's very exciting to see this lineup and to recognize what it means to all of our businesses and to our community as a whole. I was just curious about the regulations and or restrictions or other opportunities that we may not have developed as it relates to the film industry, tax incentives or waiving of certain fees. Do you have any comments that you'd like to make about that?
You know, that's a great question and a discussion that we could further. Every now and then you get a big hit like Chasing Mavericks 10, 15 years ago, a motion picture film. A lot of the inquiries we get are for car commercials, and that tends to be co-side. The governor's office has allocated some monies towards filming incentive. We would love to talk about that further and see if there's a package that we could develop that is beyond helping the filming companies secure licenses, permits, and permissions, which is what a lot of our work is right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor
So I just wanted first
Mueller?
to thank you for bringing that up because we've talked about. And as you know, my office is actually working on something right now that we've worked with the county executive's office on for the coast side on bringing film and looking at rebates for film and movie production. So Nicholas Calderon in my office is working on that. So we very much would love to have that discussion with you all about that. We actually talked with the city of Half Moon Bay about that last week as well in a meeting with them. So it is something that's very important for the coast side that we'd like to do. We are aware of other filming that's actually taking place on the coast side within the next month. And so the coast side continues to be a wonderful place to draw people for these films. But the whole, frankly, San Mateo County would be a wonderful place for us to have film and movie incentives. So I'd love for you to connect with Nicholas because we are looking at bringing something to the board here in the first half of the year on that. And then I also wanted to thank you. We are, to have those two events on the coast side. I know the whiskey one hasn't been set up with, but the first one with respect to the food. And we saw yesterday, it was so wonderful to be with you all up in San Bruno at the college and to see those local food producers coming and seeing the interaction that you're doing, bringing them to the restaurateurs. And one of the questions I get asked most often by folks on the Bay side is, tell us where to go eat on the coast side. And they want to be able to enjoy that experience of that locally grown food and that fresh fish and fresh crab, and they want to know, where do we get it? And so to see that you really focusing on that and showing people where to go is just such an exciting thing. So I'm just super excited about the work that you're undertaking and looking forward to partnering with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
Great. Thank you very much, John. Really want to thank you and the team behind you for your leadership. I was really excited when you talked about Shaq's Funhouse at the Cow Palace. And so, we're all excited about what can happen. Tiesto, the Cow Palace really being utilized and having those events is, I think, for the region, vitally important. I just want to thank you for your leadership over the years, especially the vision. I think you've been, John, in particular, someone who's been a collaborator, who's really brought diverse perspectives and opinions together. But I think what we've seen, and I think you've been in the position, is it 5 years or 4 years or 10 years?
Yeah. 7, but who's counting?
7. There we go.
But I was a board member for 10 prior.
Yeah, and so I think we've really seen the fruits of your labor. I think the region, we have the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, and when you look at the revenue that you've talked about in terms of what the hotels are bringing in, that is really substantial because, as you know, when you bring people into this region, our restaurants, our small businesses, they benefit. And so continue to do what you're doing. And I would just challenge you to do a couple things and for exploration down the road. I think historically, the county of San Mateo has sort of been in the bookend, right? You have San Francisco, you have Santa Clara. I would say, and this building reflects that, but the evolution of the county it's really grown from what it once was to what it is and what it is in the future. I think having a convention center in this county, a large convention center, is warranted. That's going to be incumbent on business leaders and government. And then I think, too, and this is a challenge, is how do we continue to distinguish ourselves from San Francisco and Santa Clara County? Because I can tell you, we have about 45 or 44 miles of coastline. We have an incredible bay. But more importantly, I think we have our people, right? And the diverse communities that represent. I'm not just talking about diversity. That's important, too. I'm just talking about the people who live and work here. But over the past 7 years now, I thought it was 10, 5, 4. I say that humorously. I've just noticed a change in your organization, and your impact has really been felt at multiple levels. So I hope you recognize the great job you and your board have done. So thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. And one example of how we communicate is just placed in front of you, and that is our visitor guide. And that hadn't been done in a long time when we got that back on track, and that's just one of the ways we tell folks how to get around and how they can enjoy this diversity of food, of people, of experiences.
Thank you, John.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes, John, thank you so much, and to the team. This is so important, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. It feels good and sounds good that hotels are filling up. To go from 85% to 15% is amazing, and to know that money then goes back to cities through TOT taxes. Often, I worked for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, where I worked with businesses as well. And so when the Super Bowl was coming and we knew that the soccer tournament was coming, we wanted to make sure that San Mateo County was a place that you didn't drive through, that you stopped. We wanted people to know that San Mateo County is here and we're open for business, and we want money to stop here and not go to Santa Clara and then through to San Francisco. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. This is an opportunity to help our small businesses as well, because as I walk and visit some of our communities, there's our small businesses who are trying to figure out how do we get foot traffic back into our communities so that they can stay vibrant and whole as well. We know that small businesses keep us thriving and whole. They are the backbone to our communities, and looking forward to figuring out how we can continue to support that industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I would also like to thank you for your presentation. I do think it's important that we ensure that our residents know that we want visitors. It helps us fund our cities. It helps us fund essential services in our community, and economic growth is really critical for us right now, especially rebounding from the impacts of the pandemic. And I appreciate how diverse your board advisory council is, bringing in voices from labor, economic development, attractions, venues, and et cetera. And I wanted to also highlight that I believe it's important for our county to keep in mind how essential it is that we also have investment in public transit, because when we have visitors, they want to be able to move around our county in an efficient way. And kudos to our Caltrain for the electrification and how that helps connect our visitors. I did have a question that's a little bit more sensitive, and it is around the events related to both the Super Bowl and FIFA. And I just wanted to encourage that so basically the question is, have we thought about planning for immigration concerns at any of these events? Because there are concerns in the community about how our neighbors could be impacted if something happens during that time and at big events like this.
Yeah, a very good question given all that's happening in our country. That admittedly is out of our lane. However, there is a responsibility, and we have dialogue with the sheriff's office, with the various public agencies, and certainly we can do more and have, to your point, more of the difficult conversation now. So when things need to be executed, you can execute flawlessly. I think that's where you're going with that.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm going to ask that we consider having our community affairs team share some resources just around how private businesses can look out for their employees, their consumers, etc., in case that might be helpful. And I also wanted to thank you for highlighting the event center. I'm really proud that it is in my district and is such an amazing asset to our county. And I think I heard mention of a vision for the event center, and I'll just repeat that I think it's really important when we make decisions about investing in our event center that we be data driven and really make investments that we know data shows us, experts agree will translate into economic growth, and that we're not going into the red by making an investment that might not pan out. So thank you for being a part of that conversation, and want to thank everyone that's here from your board. We have some big movers and shakers, and for folks that didn't know, Filoli is our #1 tourist attraction in the county. So shout out to Filoli, beautiful area if you have not been there, and just proud of how you all are coming together and making sure that we get some dollars from the many dollars that will be coming into the Bay Area very, very soon. Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, and this isn't in response specifically to your questions, President Corzo, but I did realize I didn't ask something, and I wanted to follow up on it. So the work of San Francisco Peninsula is basically tourism visitor, or is it also just, does it touch at all upon business traveler?
Yes, primarily groups and conventions, and wherever we have the opportunity to make linkages with the business traveler, that would be sort of a secondary trek. A lot of our hotel partners handle that on their own, and in some organizations, the individual that's placing a convention or a meeting also handles business travel, and we make those linkages where we can.
So I am, and not for today, because I know today's not the day, but I am very interested in the future understanding how business traveler has changed since COVID and how it's coming back, if at all. I remember I was reminded when I was sitting here of being a council member in Menlo Park and how when we approved hotels, we were so dependent on the fact, and certainly the Rosewood, that there was an ongoing stream of business travelers. And when you indicated that we're still down, but that So we're not taking away business. What popped into my head is, well, business traveling must still be down. And so I am very interested to know what that looks like in terms of what recovery has been and what we can do also to affect that, and whether or not it's changed. I'd love to graph it next to what return to work has looked like at some of these campuses, which isn't completely complete, but has started to be implemented. Are we seeing return to work correlate with that rise in occupancy rates? So
Anecdotally, yes, and we'll prepare the data and love to share that with you. And thank you for bringing that up. That had been the backbone of our hotels prior to COVID.
I think it's really important to understand, and it's important to us as holistically as a county, but it's really important to our cities, so many of whom are depending on TOT tax to balance their budgets. So really looking forward to having that conversation in the future.
And the comment sparked a mistake I made not acknowledging Mitch Postel as chair of our advisory council. So thank you, President Corzo, for that acknowledgement and triggering that thought, and thank you, Mitch.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Spear.
Since we have,
It takes a little bit more now, yeah.
since we have Filoli represented here, could we just get an update on how the trolls did for all of us? Okay.
So if she's going to comment, can I just say one more thing then? Can you talk about, because I'm going to be bringing this to the board, and I've talked with Mr. Monowitz about this repeatedly, but you might as well daylight it today. I'm going to be coming to the board, colleagues, in the future, very near future, asking the board to put resources together to create a new type of zoning district in our county for agritourism. And we have a great opportunity right now to go ahead and hear why that is important.
Great. Thank you. I will cover all things. I'm Kara Newport, CEO of Filoli, and thank you for allowing me a moment to answer some of these questions. Filoli is the top tourist attraction in San Mateo County at this time. We had 750,000 visitors last year, mostly thanks to the trolls, but also some of the other activations like our new Thistlewick Christmas Village that had a train at the center. And I wanted to highlight those two things because both of those were sponsored by the SF Peninsula. So the SF Peninsula is a critical partner to not just business travelers or convention business, but also to destinations. The majority of our visitors are from outside of San Mateo County, so we are driving traffic to San Mateo County and having economic impact. And to support this is exceptional but intentional. We had a 5-year strategic plan, and we have a site master plan that is planning for this growth. So this is not a surprise to us, though maybe happening a little bit more quickly than we anticipated. And to support that, we have been working on plans in partnership with the county, and particularly with Executive Callaghy and Mr. Mates have been helping us with some of the efforts behind the scenes. Expanded parking was part of that conversation, expanded access to trails and nature trails, and we're an agricultural site as well. And I was speaking earlier, we actually give food back to the county. So we have a food connection as well. So all of this is very related to critical tourism for the region. Sites like Filoli in other places are independent drivers for the region, economic drivers, destination drivers. And Filoli is and can be more of that for our county and for our region. We just need a little support. We're in unincorporated county in Supervisor Mueller's district. And I think there's a little bit of help that might be needed to understand how that helps us fit in and get the support that we need and the regulations that we need to make that possible and to allow that growth to happen. I think tourism is changing, and sites like Filoli that are authentic and real really allow people that connection that they need. And then they're also really important community drivers. I did want to also mention that 30,000 of our visitors this past year came through the Museums for All program, which is the EBT card program. So they came free of charge. So It's very important that we're a destination. We want to talk more about transportation. So we really want to be part of the county conversation. So more to come from Filoli, but I also just want to use this. I wanted to use this time to advocate for the support that the SF Peninsula has given us in boosting our opportunity for tourism. It doesn't happen independently. It's a partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further comments, I believe this was an informational item. So we will move on to public comment, but please feel free to take your seats if you would like.
Thank you, Madam President. We're going to be taking comments on item number 3, the Tourism Strategic Plan. It looks like we have no speaker cards in chambers, so we'll be going to Zoom when we have more than 5, so cutting it down to 1 minute.
Yes, please.
We'll start with Ann Schneider, followed by Sabrina. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you. Sorry about earlier. Millbrae, hopeful hint to everybody with hotels. Millbrae was largely where the crew of film crews movies stayed. My grandfather was a cameraman for Universal. He stayed at the El Rancho in Millbrae for filming a number of films in San Francisco. So it's another way of looking at how to bring in the film industry, even if they are not filming in San Mateo County. Second topic, lovely to hear that the tourism board wants to work on the Bay Trail. Sadly, in Plan Bay Area 2050, the overpass for bike pedestrian at Millbrae Avenue, it's been on the to-do list for 10 years. It was dropped off this year. And my big bugaboo, of course, San Francisco Airport. We could have the Bay Trail running through wetlands. Instead, because they do not want to work with us, it's going to run around the railroad track. So I love more support from the supervisors and all of you in getting the Bay Trail where it really needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina, followed by Sid Young. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
It comes one of the people, Surrey jurists. Even if one assumes, arguendo, that the government may tax and spend, uniformity and equal protection place firm limits on that power. At the founding, taxation was understood to operate generally and equally, not selectively, imposing the same burdens and conferring the same burdens on those similarly situated. Selective film tax credits violate this principle. They relieve one private industry of tax burden while leaving the others fully exposed, not because of the difference in public duty, but because of the economic preference. It is not a uniform taxation. It is discrimination by design. 3 settled principles apply. Laws must operate uniformly under those like circumstances. Equal protection forbids arbitrary distinctions in public burdens and benefits. That's also in California Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. And also California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7B, that states there are to be no special privileges or immunities granted. The same terms to all citizens apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Sid Young, followed by Larry Moody. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Sherry. I would just like to say, I believe it was Supervisor Corzo who mentioned traffic, and coastside traffic is car dependent. There's very poor public transportation and very inefficient public transportation on the coast side. So people that are coming over and expecting public transportation to get them to and from the coast side will be sorely disappointed. So anybody planning that needs to think of tour buses instead. And also, I just want to mention maybe planning working with the San Francisco Visitors Bureau to suggest when they have conventions in San Francisco to plan some tours for the coast side coming down from the city, because we have a much more vibrant coastal experience than San Francisco does. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Moody, followed by Michelle Stevens. Larry, please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning. I really appreciate this report of the progress of the tourism industry as well as the hospitality industry for San Mateo County. I serve as the Government Affairs Community Liaison for Job Train, a workforce development organization that's been in operation for 60 years. We have career centers on the coast side in South City, East Palo Alto, and North Fair Oaks. And the one group that should be at the table, a part of this conversation, is the organizations that would help identify candidates for employment, right? We would love to have a conversation with you at Job Train. We have a catering program. We have a facility maintenance program. We do job fairs all the time. The goal being is that we want to get San Mateo County residents working in the hospitality and tourism industry in San Mateo County. I'd love to hear from someone.
Thank you, Larry. Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Board. I come to you as one of the people, child of God, Sarah Jury. Laws must operate uniformly upon those in like circumstances. Equal protection forbids arbitrary distinctions in public burdens and benefits. Public power may not be used to pick economic winners and losers. When government departs from uniformity without historically recognized public necessity, it ceases to act as a neutral sovereign and becomes a market participant with coercive power. That is precisely what the constitutional limits were designed to prevent. If the board believes selected film tax credits are lawful, it must show where in the Constitution authorizes unequal treatment of private businesses for promotional purposes and where the limiting principles lies. Absent that showing, the program fails both uniformly and equal protection. It exceeds
Thank
delegate
you.
authority.
That is your time.
I ask
Moving
that
on.
this
Thank
concern be
you.
placed
That
on the
was your
record.
time, so we'll now go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Board. I ask that the prior comment be added to the record, please. And the prior comment raised a fundamental constitutional point that warrants confirmation for the record. Under our system of government, public office does not confer personal power. It conveys only the authority that has been lawfully granted and nothing more. When an official acts within that grant, they act as a public officer. When an official steps outside that delegated authority, the law treats that act as private, not sovereign. The consequence is not rhetorical.
Please stay on topic.
It is legal. The action is void, and the office cannot shield what the Constitution does not authorize. The principle exists to protect the people. If office alone justified action limits would be meaningless, that is why the law has long held that delegated powers are strictly construed and that acts beyond authority by no one. Applied here, selective film tax credits raise two failures simultaneously. First, they violate uniformity and equal protection
Thank
by
you. Next
favoring one
speaker.
private industry.
And that's your
over
time, and that is the last speaker, Madam President.
Appreciate that. Bringing it back to the board for discussion. And before we move on to the next item, there was something I wanted to add. One of the public commenters discussed Job Train. I think this is an important opportunity to highlight our county Shared Prosperity Council and the role that it plays in connecting organizations like Job Train to the San Francisco Peninsula. So I'm happy to make that introduction offline. The Shared Prosperity Council is a council that exists in order to incentivize and highlight the need for clear pathways into shared prosperity, so economic opportunities. And so I think it's very relevant and happy to help in that way. Any other final comments before we move on? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for being here. We will now move on to, so item number 4 is set for a specified time. Oh, yes. We have a request to move up item 9. Do I have a motion to amend the agenda to move item 9 before item 4?
I'm going to make the motion, and it's so we can get Chief Barberini back to his city. So I'm going to move him.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Mueller and a second by Supervisor Gaucher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher? Yes. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, with that, we will now move on to item number 9, adopting a resolution authorizing an agreement with Peregrine Technologies. And I believe this was sponsored by Supervisor Mueller. So please go ahead and introduce the item.
Thank you, President Corzo. So I'm excited to have you all hear this item today, and I want to thank Executive Callaghan and Peregrine and Sheriff Bender for their work on this, District Attorney Wagstaff. Peregrine, so very frankly, as an overview, one of our strengths as a county is that we're very diverse. We have a lot of different cities. We have a lot of different police organizations, and that can be a wonderful thing for our local residents. But it can be a challenging thing when it comes to coordinated investigations. And today we have a tool that's really going to move the county forward in terms of being able to collaborate amongst agencies, both within the county and outside the county in investigations. The Peregrine platform allows you to go ahead and opt in when you're working with other agencies to share data and be able to not only be able to share that data in your investigations, but also be able to visualize it in ways that are very important. I've actually seen the platform work. It's incredibly powerful. It's an incredibly powerful tool. And just at the outset, one of the things I expect that there will be questions. One of the questions that I received that I want to share with you is that there is not, that Peregrine does not have any federal law enforcement customers nor any federal immigration customers. So I want to go ahead and rule that out for you right now. This really is a local law enforcement platform. And I could go on and keep talking about it, but I am not the expert in law enforcement in this circumstance. Sheriff Bender, I'd like to go ahead and turn the floor over to you. Yep.
Thank you very much, Vice President Mueller. I want to thank you and President Corzo and the entire board for considering this very important piece of public safety software. And also want to thank Mr. Callaghan and County Council Niblin as well for your work behind the scenes. I want to acknowledge San Mateo Police Chief in the audience. Ed Barberini is here as well, and his efforts with our local Police Chiefs Association as well regarding this software. So I will provide a brief presentation. I have Assistant Sheriff Ryan Monahan and our IT Director Kim Hanciano that's here with me as well, and they'll help answer questions when we're done. So next slide. So Peregrine is a data management platform that empowers public safety responders to make data-driven decisions in real time. Our deputies and the county's local police officers on patrol don't always have the full picture of the situation when responding to calls because data is often siloed across different systems. If approved, the Peregrine platform will change that. It securely connects and contextualizes all of our existing data sources, providing deputies and officers with real-time, actionable information from systems that we already have. Peregrine will take various data sources such as police reports, CAD data, license plate reader data, drone data, and put it into an easy, usable, real-time format. Fully integrating the Peregrine platform will allow us to enhance officer safety by providing better situational awareness during incidents, increase efficiency by helping our existing staff achieve more with the current resources that we have, and improve successful outcomes by helping deputies and officers apprehend criminals in the act or with the evidence still in their possession immediately following the crime. This funding is a crucial investment in modern 21st century toolkit for our first responders, ensuring that we are equipped to protect our county and continue to provide safety and quality of life for all San Mateo County residents. Next slide. As you can see, every police agency within San Mateo County has agreed to implement Peregrine to ensure the best outcomes for public safety response. Our neighboring counties to the north and the south are already using Peregrine, and that law enforcement data will further optimize its use right here in our county. The initial term will be 18 months with 2 optional 1-year extensions which each municipality would be responsible for. The total contract, including all the extensions for all agencies, is not to exceed about $3.3 million. Next slide. It's very important to note that Peregrine does not collect any kind of new data. It works with the data that we already have. It does not install cameras, sensors, or any other new data collection hardware, software. It does not have any federal customers. It does not share with ICE. What Peregrine does, it utilizes data available from agency source systems, but it makes it easier to search, visualize, and understand and report. It does require human users to verify all data. Nothing is assumed. It does comply with CJIS and Cal DOJ for protection of law enforcement and sensitive data. Peregrine also complies with San Mateo County and Sheriff's Office policies and responsible guidelines. It ensures audit trails for all activity on the platform, searches, views, sharing, etc., and agency administrators are to do random checks to ensure appropriate usage. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Bringing it back to the board for questions. Supervisor Canepa?
Great. Thank you so much, Sheriff Bender. Did we do an RFP on this agreement or this contract?
Good morning. We piggybacked on the City of Alhambra's RFP that they did recently for the same solution.
Okay. So the city of Alhambra, we didn't conduct our own RFP. What we did basically is, why did we award it to Peregrine? Is it just because of? Can you speak to that? If we didn't do an RFP.
Well, why don't I address that? It is proper and typical for us to go out and look at other RFPs so we don't duplicate the services. The law allows us to go out and utilize those other RFPs to competitively bid the process. So it was competitively bid through that process of the other RFP of Alhambra's RFP. So it allows us to expedite these contracts. Peregrine is known throughout California as the leader now in this space, and it's something that we wanted to do, put forth on a beta test with all the other law enforcement agencies in the county. So it allowed us to, for the first time ever, I think, get everyone on the same platform. And as you know, the supervisor and the board knows that crime knows no boundaries. One of the strengths is the fact that we have 20 diverse jurisdictions here, but one of the challenging areas also is the fact that there's 20 different jurisdictional areas. This allows the sharing of information throughout those jurisdictions. And I certainly want to thank Chief Barberini for working with us on this. And I also want to thank the sheriff for really taking a lead role in this, along with our other allies in the county.
Great. So basically what we did was, as you had mentioned, we did not conduct our own RFP. What we did is we looked at Alhambra, the city of Alhambra in Southern California. We took their RFP and then we came up with our decision. Is that correct? Okay, thank you so much. Do we have a representative from Peregrine here to speak? Do we have a vendor? Yeah. Okay, great.
Welcome. Please share your name and your role.
My name is Andrew Riley. I'm a regional sales manager for Peregrine Technologies. Been with the company for about 2 years, and I've worked with Mr. Gallagher and other people from the sheriff's office and the police departments across the county to get this project to where we are now.
Thank you so much.
Great. You know, I had the opportunity to sort of look at your website and talk to others. Can you really talk about sort of data privacy and what you do from a technological perspective to ensure that there is no invasion?
Of course. So Peregrine, all the data that Peregrine interacts with stores and allows for law enforcement to use for efficiencies is stored in separate instances of the Amazon Web Services government cloud space, which is a CGIS compliant space with regional redundancy across the country, meaning there are private and unknown location servers that are in California, Montana, the East Coast, so that the data is secure in case there's a natural disaster or some sort of attack, and that the same data from San Mateo will be housed in 10, 15 places across the country for security purposes. And then with regards to data privacy, each agency, even though the county here is the purchaser for the first 18 months, each agency within the county will have its own instance of Peregrine, meaning the executive of each department, the police chief or the sheriff, will be the responsible party for each instance of Peregrine's data that is being stored within that agency. And then each agency will have the option to share data with other agencies in the county or outside of the county, depending on what that city's legal team decides or the county's legal team decides.
Great. And you're confident and within Peregrine's technology that people aren't going to be targeted. There isn't going to be any sort of issue with their privacy. You're confident that within the system that you built, that's a non-issue.
I'm confident that I am confident in that, yes. I'm confident that it's a tool that can be used for investigations, for public transparency, for aggregating of data that each department already has access to. So basically, it's a tool to allow greater access and more efficient access to data that each law enforcement agency in a county already has access to. I think that's where we kind of win in the sense that it's not creating anything new. It's just allowing for more efficient utilization of what each of these agencies already has.
And you don't share this information with other providers who may be in the space with the federal or state government, do you?
We don't. And the only just like for clarity, when, let's say, for example, San Mateo SO wants to share with San Mateo PD, the sheriff and the chief have to agree mutually to share data with each other. And only then, once we see that in writing, do we ever share data. And that's at the behest of each agency's executive.
And so if the Department of Homeland Security had said to, our sheriff or to others, if there was an agreement between those two, is that applicable, or is that something totally different than what you, in terms of cooperation?
With regards to the sheriff and a police chief, they're responsible for the data that is housed within any of their systems, CAD, RMS, body-worn camera, ALPRs, or Peregrine. And so the security of that data would be up to the executive of that agency. I can't speak for what a police chief or what a sheriff would choose to do. I've speaking to a lot of them as part of my job, and I know what I've heard from every police chief and sheriff in California that I've spoken to about this. But from the question you're asking, it would be up to that chief or that sheriff.
Great. No, thank you so much. Mr. Binder, Sheriff Binder? Yep.
Excellent question, Supervisor Canepa. So just to maybe ease your mind a little bit, per the contract, the data remains the law enforcement agency's data. It doesn't become Peregrine's data. It doesn't become some other agency's data. So the sheriff's office here in San Mateo County will abide by our policies in terms of strict, non-cooperation sharing of data with those federal immigration authorities.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just going back to the conversation we had this morning about regional investigations around human trafficking. This is precisely the type of software that will help and aid in that effort.
Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. If Peregrine was served with a federal subpoena or warrant for data, what is the process?
Their process would be to send them to the agency that originated the data. Like I just mentioned, the data stays with the home agency. So if the feds showed up with a subpoena for Peregrine, they would say, go to whichever agency is holding that data. And then that agency would work with their county council or their city attorneys to respond legally to that.
There was an article in Forbes that referenced a provision of protecting privacy and civil liberties in Peregrine's contracts. Is that provision in this contract as well?
I believe it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Santa Cruz, just 10 days ago, had terminated its contract for license plate readers from Flock Safety. Could you tell us if you have any knowledge as to why that happened and to what extent we use Flock Safety? What are the concerns?
I do not have any of the specifics of why they made that decision.
Could you find out for us and just let us know
Sure.
subsequently? Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you for the report. And looking at the information and the key points, the county's going to pay for the first 18 months. Is that my understanding? And this is going to be a pilot program. Do we have approval and agreement with the other agencies to pick up the costs after this initial pilot program?
If I may respond to that, Supervisor, at that point in time, it'll be up to every agency to decide whether they want to continue with this platform or not.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further questions, let's move on to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President.
For your presentation.
We'll be taking public comment on number 9, adopting resolution authorizing the agreement with Peregrine. We do not have any speaker cards for in chamber, so we will be going to Zoom online.
I don't know if the chief wants to make a statement or not, since you're here, Chief.
Welcome, Chief Barberini from the City of San Mateo.
Good morning, and thank you, County Executive, for giving me the opportunity. I'm just here showing our strong support. We've done a lot of research on how we can be better together as a law enforcement family within the county and region. And Peregrine's track record from both an effectiveness, operation, and security when it comes to data perspective is the strongest that we've seen. And so we're extremely confident. We're very excited about this opportunity. Frankly, we're very grateful for the county to be in making this investment in the first 18 months. It would be a big lift for a lot of the cities to help us evaluate this product and move forward together. We've recognized we have a long history in this county of collaborating well, and I think this just furthers that effort. It's consistent with what we've always done. So thank you. We appreciate the generosity and the opportunity to move forward together.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, back to public comment. Thank you, Chief Barberini and Sheriff Binder, for the presentations.
Thank you, Madam President. We have 3 speakers on Zoom. So we have Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin. Michelle Stevens, thank you.
Hello, Board. Before you start my time, I would like to please address Ms. Spear on her invitation. This is not anything that I
please stick
prompted.
to the agenda item.
I am sticking to the topic. She asked a question, and I'm trying to answer her. And you're taking my time. Anyway, Ms. Spears, I would love to meet with you. Unfortunately, I cannot come to your office, but if you would like to set up a Zoom call or a face-to-face call of some kind, I would be appreciative to do that. I really would. Okay, and since half my time's already been taken and I can't address the board like the Constitution says that I can, I would like to remind the board, once again, it's a null and void. If you have an appointed sheriff, they do not have constitutional rights. And as far as this goes with all this data, my data has been stolen so much, it has been unreal. You would not believe how many times I've had to do what they've asked me to do to make sure that I'm not completely compromised. This technology is only good when it works. It is to have cameras following us around all over town goes against our right of privacy. I do wish the board would give the people a chance to communicate with you, readdress our grievances, and then actually have you all take it into concern.
Thank you. Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Okay, well, next we have Sabrina, followed by Bruce. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, sui juris, who hold all political power. This technology has a lot of pitfalls. I want to address the final point and carefully and lawfully. In the law, malice does not require hostility or ill will. It can arise from knowledge, specifically continuing an action after a notice that authority is disputed or absent. Once the concerns about authority and scope are constitutional limits are placed on the record. Officials no longer are operating in ignorance, but from that point forward, the law distinguishes between good faith error and knowing the continuations. The act with the knowledge of potentially illegally may lose the protection of normal it afforded once the office. This is not a threat. This is not an accusation. It is a reminder why a notice matters. It is the safest course. The public and for this board is to pause and verify authority, define the limits, and proceed only where power is clearly granted. That is how the law protects both the people and their servants. This technology violates the right of privacy clearly defined in Article 1 in the California Constitution. Also in Article 1, Section 7, it says a person may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law or denied equal protections under the laws. By having this, you are taking that right of due process. And of course, your elected, selected, unelected sheriff was part of that unlawful due process. It also violates your home rule, which says you are not to go outside
Thank you. Next
the scope
speaker.
of the federal or
Thank
state
you.
constitutions.
The president has called. Oh, thank you. We'll now go to Bruce, and that would be our last speaker. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, Bruce Johnson, I come to you as sui juris, one of the people. Thank you. Chair and members of the board, usurpation does not usually arrive loudly. It arrives quietly through structure. When governmental functions expand through technology contracts or layered delegation without a clear and express grant of authority, power shifts without a vote, without notice, and without accountability. The law has long warned against this drift. Maximum of law.
Thank you.
Delegated powers
Please
are strictly
remain on topic
construed.
for this agenda item.
Maxim of law, what is done without authority is void. These maxims exist precisely because authority can be lost not only by abuse, but by assumption. Data aggregation platforms, advisory bodies, and recurring amendments can fundamentally alter how government operates, even when no single decision appears dramatic. Capability begins to substitute for authorization. Convenience replaces consent. That is why limits, audits, and clear lines of responsibility are not optional. They are constitutional safeguards. When structure replaces authorization, the result is not mere administrative growth, it is usurpation regardless of intent. I place that concern on the record so that authority remains tethered to law, not to technological reach or contractual momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Madam President.
I'm going to go ahead and
Thank you.
I'll move the item.
A motion from Supervisor Mueller. Do I have a second? Second from Supervisor Gaucher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 5. I'll take a moment to clarify that item number 4 is set for a specified time, which is 12:30 p.m. And I actually would like to take a 5-minute break, 5-minute bathroom break. I have been drinking water, and so please, 5 minutes, and we will return. Actually, let's return at 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
The time is 11:22 a.m. The board is taking a break.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
All right, the time is 11:31. You can call the meeting back to order.
Okay, calling the meeting back to order at 11:31 a.m. And we will begin with item number 5, which is a
You need
resolution.
to do roll call real quick with Supervisor Spears in here?
Yes.
Or- Okay, Supervisor Spears, up or no? Okay. She's just 4 members present, 1 is in here right now.
Yes, we'll begin with the presentation from Ann Stillman from our Public Works Department. Welcome, Ann. Director Stillman, apologies.
Honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Nimblin, and Mr. Mates. I have a quick presentation for you on this topic of the 2026 job order contracts. The department is recommending that this board adopt the construction task catalog, specifications, and conformance with prevailing wage scale requirements for the 2026 job order contracts for specific categories. Authorize agreements with lowest responsible bidders based on bids received for the specific categories, and authorize the Director of Public Works or the Director's designee to issue work, job orders, and execute change or revision orders. This slide demonstrates the 8 trades that we requested proposals for under the 2026 job order contracts. Just some quick facts. The Public Contract Code authorizes the board to award individual annual job order contracts for repair, remodeling, or repetitive work completed in accordance with predetermined unit prices. The current maximum annual value of job order contracts is approximately $6.2 million based on the $3 million maximum amount set in 1997 in the Public Contract Code and adjusted annually by the Consumer Price Index. For job order contracts, contractors bid adjustment factors to be applied to the unit prices contained in the bid documents. Bids are reviewed based on trade category and the bid adjustment factors. For job order contract work, the adjustment factors are applied to specific work to be performed. The department often utilizes job order contractors for applicable work on the approved capital improvement project list. Individual job orders usually vary in amount, but cumulatively, the total per contractor cannot amount awarded to the particular contractor cannot exceed the contract amount. The current work included in the capital improvement project list that the department's facilities division is tasked with has a value of $103 million. Regarding the advertisement process for this bid, included posting on the county e-procurement system and department webpage, sharing bid information with the regional online plan rooms, which provide bid information locally in physical bid rooms as well as electronic bid rooms. The department advertised twice in the newspaper. The Gordian Group, the job order contracting system provider, advertised the bid opportunity on their website. And the Gordian Group notified approximately 300 contractors in their database and within a 55-mile radius of the bid opportunity. And the Gordian Group hosted a mandatory pre-bid meeting for the contractors to learn about the job order contract program and the bid opportunity. Regarding the bid results, this slide shows the 8 trade categories that we issued a bid for. And it also indicates what we're recommending in terms of the contract amounts per trade, and also the recommended contractors are shown per trade. I just want to note that we were planning to award 3 contracts for hazardous materials and 2 contracts each for flooring and plumbing, but we only received 1 proposal in each of these categories. The total maximum amount of the agreements combined is $62 million. Historically, the maximum fiscal amount of the agreements have not been expended, and having these agreements in place allows the department to utilize job order contractors for appropriate work and move forward swiftly with emergent or emergency work. And that concludes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
And just for the record, Supervisor Spear has returned to chambers.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Stillman? Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you so much, Ann, and thanks for all your work. We all know the importance of the JOC and what it means. Can you talk about the JOC relative to the board's recent adoption of the PLA agreement? Would that have any effect on this work?
Not on this round of agreements or contracts, but we typically do this every year. So next year it will have an effect.
Okay, so next year it will have an effect.
Yes, I believe that the requirements for the PLA go into effect July 1st, 2026. So next year we'll have to include that kind of wording in our documents that go out to bid and our contracts.
Great, and that's great to know. Can you just give us an example? The JOC work is so important, and this appropriation is important. Can you just give us a couple examples? Like, one that I've heard over the years is if a road is washed out, what do you typically see annually in terms of jock work that needs to be identified of an urgent need?
Right, so in front of you today is really just for facility work. You'll see me
Got it.
again,
Got
probably, for the road work,
Got it.
because we do leverage job order contractors for road work, definitely, because when roads go out, we need to get out there and repair them quickly. But just historical information for the job order contracts for facilities, we typically are not authorizing the maximum amount. In fact, last year for 2025 job order contracts, we issued $15.1 million worth of work. And the year before it was about $11 million. But as new projects, new buildings have come online, it's been extremely helpful to have the agreements in place so that we can tackle the work and get the spaces up and running for the needed county departments.
All right. Thank you for the clarification on the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Spear?
Thank you. The three areas where there was only one bid, how common is that there's only one bid?
Well, I believe that last year when we went through this process, we had two categories in which we received 0 bids. And I'm trying to remember the two, but I know one was hazardous materials, and then we had a second category, trade category. And we went out with a another opportunity just for those trades, and we're able to receive bids from contractors, and
Are
then
these,
go into
are these local companies?
Two of the companies that we are proposing contracts with are local to the County of San Mateo, but our requirements in our bid documents are that at the time of bid, the contractors either need to have a local office in San Mateo County or one within 55 miles of the county government center.
So to me, flooring, this is for our facilities, so this is not complex work in all likelihood, correct? I mean, flooring is, I shouldn't be saying this because I know nothing about what I'm talking about, but I'm concerned that we have competition. And, sometimes groups will say, okay, I'll bid on this, you bid on this, and we'll, kind of limit competition, I guess. So, moving forward, knowing that there were only one bid for each of those areas, plumbing, there's lots of plumbing companies in San Mateo County. And I don't know if Air Systems Service and Construction is a San Mateo County company, but it just seems that this is for work being done in our facilities as things break, I'm presuming. Is that right?
Remodel, repetitive, repair type work. Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's not uncommon work for local plumbers, correct?
Not necessarily. And as I tried to outline, we do try to cast the net.
Right.
We do try to advertise on multiple platforms, hold the mandatory pre-bid meetings. I think what maybe you're getting at is that let's make sure that in the future we're really focusing on local businesses and make sure they're aware of the bid opportunity.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking public comment on item number 5 for Public Works, A, B, or C. We don't have any speaker cards in chambers, so we will be going to Zoom.
Thank you. We do have 2 hands raised now for item 5. We'll start with Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people who holds all political power, sui juris. The question that I have is that you have over $6 million in bids. The question also is, are you following the California Constitution, Article 1, Section H? A person may not be disqualified from entering or pursuing a business, profession, vocation, or employment because of sex, race, creed, color, or national or ethnic origin. So you cannot discriminate, and also under the Ralph Act, you cannot discriminate by political affiliation or religious beliefs as well. So in that bidding process, is that part of it? And yeah, collusion goes on. I know, I used to work it for contractors, especially in plumbing. So you have a fair and open and equal access for everyone to bid. And it doesn't sound like you do. You just post it on those boards. The Building Exchange is another NGO corrupt organization. It doesn't vet or process anyone, and it doesn't guarantee the California Constitution is being followed under Article 1, Section 8. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Michelle Stevens. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I come to you as one of the people, Sherry Juris. Item 10 goes beyond approving contracts. It authorizes a framework, pre-approved trade catalog, standing pricing structures, and ongoing authority for director or designee to issue job orders, exec changes, and make financial and administrative modification. That is not merely administrative efficiency, it is delegation and dissertation power. The law draws a line between executing policy set by this board and continuing to shape policy through change orders and scope of judgment without further board action. Two principles govern here. Delegative powers must be strictly construed. What is done without authority, I lost my place, is void. If authority, approved categories, pricing logic, and further future modifications is granted in bulk, then the board must clearly define the limits, caps, audit requirements, and return to the board triggers. Otherwise, discretion migrates away from the elected body and into administrative layer by structure rather than by law. I ask that item 10 be understood and constrained accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you, Board and Chair. Item 10 raises a classic non-delegation concern. This board is authorized to set policy, approve expenditures, and define public priorities. It is not authorized to abrogate that role through open-ended frameworks that transfer continuing discretion to staff by default. By approving board trade catalogs, standing job order authority, and permitting future change and revision orders without returning to this body, the board risks converting legislative judgment into administrative momentum. Over time, decisions that materially affect scope, cost, and priority are no longer made by elected officials, but by structure. The law is clear. Discretion that defines policy may not be delegated, and authority must be exercised by the body to which it was entrusted. Efficiency cannot substitute for accountability. If this item proceeds, the board must clearly state the outer limits of delegated action, the financial caps, and the audit requirements, and the points at which discretion must return to this chamber. Without those guardrails, approval today becomes abdication tomorrow. I ask that those limits be clearly articulated on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Madam President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Moving back to the board. Any question or comment? Supervisor Gaucher.
I don't have a comment, but I'm ready to move this item, move approval of the item.
Motion by Supervisor Gaucher and second by Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 6, which is a resolution giving notice that the Board of Supervisors intends to approve an amendment to the agreement providing for the public authority's participation in CalPERS.
Thank you, President Corzo. Hello, everyone. Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Niblin, and mates, and members of the public. I am Lee Pullen, Director of your Office of Aging and Disability Services, a division of County Health. One of our programs is In-Home Supportive Services, also known as IHSS. It provides financial payment to care providers for Medi-Cal eligible individuals of any age who are living with disabilities in order to keep them safely at home and to avoid institutional care. The IHSS Public Authority is a separate but adjunct agency for which the Board of Supervisors serves as its governing body. The IHSS Public Authority enrolls background-checked care providers, including family members, so that they can be hired by the IHSS recipient and be paid wages currently at $21.70 an hour. The Public Authority also administers health benefits for our eligible care providers and maintains a pool of IHSS enrolled providers for recipients who do not have family members or anyone else to assist them. The IHSS Public Authority, rather than the county, acts as the employer of record for purposes such as collective bargaining, and the care providers are considered employees of the IHSS recipient, not the county. In addition, the agency and your board are advised by the Public Authorities Advisory Committee, whose members are appointed by this body. In keeping with this unique standalone structure, the IHSS Public Authority staff participate in CalPERS, not SAMSARA, for retirement benefits. Today, we are bringing forward a CalPERS-related procedural matter for which Ms. Nicole McKay will provide the background and context. Nicole is our retired San Mateo County Labor and Employee Relations Manager. She has extensive knowledge of IHSS Public Authority from both the program and labor perspectives. Since her retirement, Nicole has continued to assist Aging and Disability Services with labor issues, negotiations, and special projects related to IHSS, for which we are grateful.
President Corzo, members of the board, what you're giving consideration today is a procedural requirement of the California Public Employers Retirement System, or what you know as CalPERS. They are the retirement provider for our IHSS providers, of which there are 19. No benefits change is being affected by this action. This is a procedural requirement. They require that it be in open session, and it only relates to survivor benefits. So I want to start with a couple of key definitions for you. The 218 agreement is the process by which the state and local government employees elect to participate in Social Security. So that is Section 218 of the Social Security Act. That's where we get our name for this. Survivor benefits are the monetary benefits a person may be entitled to when there's a pre-retirement death of an employee. These benefits are also commonly known as death benefits. They are not pension related. This is that small amount if someone should die prior to their pension age. In 2021, the employees of our public authority elected to begin participating in Social Security as authorized under Section 218. One component of that benefit is these survivor benefits, and prior to them electing to become a part of Social Security, these benefits were provided through CalPERS. This action and your yes vote will complete the CalPERS procedural requirements under Section 218 of the Social Security Act. To emphasize, there is no change in benefits to our IHSS Public Authority employees. This only changes who manages those survivor benefits, in this case, over to Social Security Administration. So we thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Oh, go ahead, Director.
And it really is that simple. This could get very wonky as well, we realize. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
All right, taking public comment on item number 6. I do not have any speaker cards in chambers, so we'll go to Zoom.
Thank you. We do have 2 hands raised on Zoom for item 6. Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Yes, you're trying to add to CalPERS and CalSTRS. CalSTRS is a teachers union, for the record. I also come as one of the people, Surrey Jewish. The California places it has a long-term liabilities, particularly in its public pension systems. The CalPERS and CalSTRS are the highest public pension systems in the U.S., manage combined assets of over $9 billion. However, they remain underfunded, and CalPERS is approximately 71% funded, and CalSTRS is around 67%. These gaps have grown over time due to factors like investments, returns failing, like in green energy, and short of targets, demographic shifts, and under contributions. You have billionaires now fleeing the state. Taxes are not going to help. You're overburdening the system already, and this is going to collapse on them. In addition to pension debt, California also faces an underfunded liability for retiree health benefits, an estimated $90 billion for state workers alone. So I'm not sure how you're going to be able to get all these people into this benefit. When including other long-term obligations like bonds to post-employment benefits, California's state and local government liabilities are estimated to be over $1.5 trillion. That's trillion with a T. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you as Suri Juris, one of the people, child of God. I want to address item 6 from fiduciary and proposition standpoint. This board is a steward of public funds at a time when California faces extraordinary long-term liabilities, including deeply underfunded pensions and retiree obligations that will bind future taxpayers regardless of today's intentions. What context matters when discretionary funds are allocated. The question is not whether the program is sympathetic or well-intended, but whether the expenditure is necessary, authorized, and sustainable given the government's existing obligations. Every dollar committed today is a dollar unavailable to meet duties that are not optional and cannot be defeated. Fiduciary duties require restraint, prioritization, and clear public purpose tied to a lawful authority. Grants that establish endowments or ongoing expectations must be scrutinized and even more carefully because they create long-tail financial and moral commitments beyond the current budget cycle. I ask that item 6 be evaluated not in isolation, but against the states and counties' mounting obligations that we record reflect how expenditure aligns with the board's duty to protect long-term physical
Thank you for your
integrity.
comment. Next speaker.
Thank you. We'll now go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin. Bruce, please unmute your microphone. Final call for Bruce. If you can unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Sorry, it wasn't showing the option. Thank you. I want to address item 6 through the lens of voter intent and scope. Measure K was presented to voters as a tool for county-wide public benefit tied to clear measurable purposes, not as a discretionary grant mechanism for creating quasi-permanent programs
Bruce,
or
Can you please
endowments
stay on topic?
administered outside direct public control. When Measure K fails, funds are used
this is
for
the wrong
one-time
item.
grants that establish long-term expectations.
Okay,
I
this is
request
the
one-
wrong item, so I'm going to ask that we move on to the next speaker.
And Madam President, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for discussion or a motion. A motion by Gaucher and second by Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? Yes. President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are now moving on to the next item, which is item number 7, Health, authorizing an amendment to our agreement with Epic. And we have Colleen Chavla to present, as well as staff from the medical center. No,
from our Health
from
Information
Health
Technology.
Thank you.
Division.
That's where I saw you last. That's why.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, supervisors, county executive, assistant county executives, and county attorney. As President Corzo said, I'm Colleen Chavla, Chief of Health, and I'm here today to introduce items 7 and 8, which relate to the continued implementation of the Epic Electronic Health Record, within County Health. Shortly, you'll hear from our Chief Information Officer, Rich Bailey, about our EPIC journey so far and our plans moving forward. And I want to say explicitly that I'm grateful for this path laid out by my predecessor, Louise Rogers. It was a thoughtful, forward-looking decision that positioned the department for where healthcare is headed. At its core, EPIC gives us a powerful opportunity to better integrate care, support our workforce, strengthen our operations, and improve the experience and outcomes of the patients and clients that we serve. Now, before I turn things over to Rich, I want to offer some context to acknowledge that we're in a difficult moment. We've transitioned Wave 1 of EPIC into ongoing operations, and the items before you today would authorize us to move forward with the second and final EPIC wave as planned. At the same time, as you'll hear in the study session this afternoon, our department is facing real financial challenges due to the passage of federal H.R. 1 and state policy changes. Rich and I and other members of our executive team have spent a lot of time thinking about this timing and asking ourselves whether continuing down this path makes sense. And we have concluded that it does. We are still on the right track with EPIC. The reasons that we started on this journey remain the same: to improve health outcomes through person-centered care that can be coordinated across settings and services, to give patients and clients access to their own health information, and to encourage and measure healthy behaviors. We also set out to achieve operational excellence by standardizing processes, retiring obsolete systems, strengthening our billing systems, and supporting staff satisfaction and effectiveness. And if anything, these reasons are even stronger today. When this work began in 2017, whole person care pilots were just beginning. Today, we're seeing more opportunities and expectations for cross-sector coordination, including those serving justice-involved populations and people experiencing homelessness. We're seeing payment reform in behavioral health shifting away from cost-based reimbursement to fee-for-service. And as Medi-Cal has begun to address some of the upstream drivers of poor health, such as housing and food insecurity, funding for those programs has shifted from grants to Medi-Cal billing by encounter. Delaying or canceling EPIC will not solve the financial challenges that state and federal policy changes are bringing. In fact, it would make them harder to manage. It would make cross-sector work more difficult, limit our ability to operate effectively in this reformed payment environment, and force us to continue investing in systems that are obsolete and increasingly inadequate for our needs. And the funding supporting this implementation is largely one-time funding, which cannot address the ongoing impacts that we are projecting as a result of state and federal policy changes. But it does allow us to invest in the core infrastructure that we need regardless of these changes. I know it may feel like a disconnect to be talking about investment at a time like this, and I do wish the timing were better. But we know it is precisely in times of economic and social stress that our communities rely on us most, and we need to be prepared to continue to serve them. EPIC is not a nice to have, it's foundational to how County Health must operate today and into the future. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Rich to walk you through where we are with our plans and what comes next.
Thanks, Colleen. Good afternoon, Supervisor Spear, Vice President Mueller, President Corzo, Supervisors Gaucher and Canapa, our county executive team, and our county council. It is truly an honor to be here with you all today in this great county of San Mateo. I want to start by acknowledging the moment we are in. This is a challenging healthcare environment. Funding pressures are real, and every investment decision requires careful scrutiny. I deeply respect the responsibility you carry to balance fiscal stewardship with the needs of our community. Today's conversation is about exactly that balance. EPIC Mosaic is our strategy for delivering safe, coordinated, and fiscally responsible care by connecting information across the full continuum of county health. What I will share with you is not a proposal to do more technology. It is a clear-eyed look at the cost, risk, and opportunity of continuing forward versus standing still. It's about what we have already proven through EPIC Phase 1, what happens if we stop short, and why finishing this work now is actually the most responsible path forward for San Mateo County Health. At its core, Epic Mosaic is about one simple goal: one county health, one patient, one trusted record. Everything you'll see today ties back to that goal and to protecting our patients and clients, supporting our workforce, and managing long-term costs and risk for the county. Phase 1 of Epic is already live at San Mateo Medical Center, Edison Clinic, and Correctional Health Services, and it's delivering exactly the outcomes we committed to. We now have a unified inpatient ambulatory clinical record, safer and more reliable workflows for clinicians, and strong adoption across core services. Just as importantly, we're seeing measurable operational gains, including improved revenue cycle processes and cash flow. This is not theoretical value. This is demonstrated performance in a complex, high acuity environment. Phase 1 delivered strong results across safety, operations, and patient experience. The two outcomes are especially important to highlight. Improved revenue cycle performance has translated into stronger, more predictable cash flow, driven by better data quality and fewer manual workarounds, resulting in a 25% increase in cash flows thus far. We're also seeing reduced patient and client wait times, as improved scheduling and coordinated help moves patients through care more efficiently. As seen in our pharmacy, where we've seen wait times of over 120 minutes per patient drop well below 20 minutes per patient. Those are just two examples. These are the kinds of operational gains that compounds as these systems scale. Fitting that we have a technology concern while I'm up here, yes. Epic is already improving the patient experience through MyChart. We now have over 30,000 patients actively live on MyChart, with more than 36% of the patients seen at SMMC using it. And that number continues to grow. In just a short period, we've seen a meaningful increase in engagement. What this translates to is real access, tens of thousands of secure messages to our care teams, thousands of prescriptions renewed handled online digitally, and nearly 1,000 appointments scheduled online by our patients and clients. For patients, this means easier access and fewer barriers. For staff, it means fewer phone calls, less manual work, and more time focused on care. While Phase 1 has delivered clear and measurable value, much of county health is still operating across fragmented, aging, and outdated systems. That fragmentation creates ongoing risk, duplicated work, delayed information, inconsistent patient and client experiences, and higher operational costs depending on where that care is delivered within our system. It's important to note that Epic was intentionally designed in two phases. Cerner was being sunset, requiring a faster implementation at San Mateo Medical Center to protect hospital operations and patient safety. At the same time, our specialty divisions are significantly more complex and require deeper discovery, regulatory alignment, and time to apply lessons learned from Phase 1. Today, remaining in this mixed state is the most expensive and riskiest position. Fragmentation is not neutral. Cost, risk, and inefficiencies compound the longer these systems remain disconnected. Completing Mosaic now allows us to stabilize operations, reduce long-term cost exposure, and fully realize the value of the investments that we've already made. Phase 2, or Epic Mosaic, is about completing what we started, not expanding the scope. This work extends the same proven Epic foundation from Phase 1 into our specialty and community-based services, including behavioral health and recovery services, aging and disability services, family health services, health coverage unit, and public health lab. The care these divisions provide is complex, both clinically and operationally. Connecting them into Mosaic allows care teams to work from a shared record, improves coordination across the continuum of care, and reduces reliance on manual processes and disconnected systems. Today, behavioral health still relies on manual workflows as its current system, Avatar, has been unable to address basic workflow requests, such as reporting requirements, forcing staff to manually count data elements and transcribe them into spreadsheets for state and federal reporting, or secure e-faxing, requiring manual paper faxing of patient-sensitive information. Most importantly, Phase 2 allows county health to operate as a single integrated system rather than a collection of separate programs, while leveraging the same governance, lessons learned, and controls established during Phase 1. At this point, the question isn't whether Epic works. Phase 1 has already demonstrated momentum, adoption, and value. What's changed is the environment around us. Regulatory and reporting expectations continue to increase. Workforce pressures are real. And fragmented systems make all that harder and more expensive to manage. Epic Mosaic gives us a modern, integrated platform to meet today's demands while avoiding the compounding costs and risks of staying fragmented. This is about sustaining the successes we've already achieved and protecting it long term. Epic Mosaic is a strategic investment in how we deliver care across county health. This is about ensuring that critical information follows the person, not the program, strengthening patient and client safety across our system. It also allows us to better support our workforce with modern, efficient tools that reduce administrative burden and let staff focus on care. With integrated data, we can advance data-driven care, quality reporting, and enterprise decision-making. Just as important, Mosaic positions us to modernize our technology investments and manage long-term costs through standardization and scale rather than continuing to invest in disconnected systems. This is about being proactive, intentional, and responsible stewards of county resources. Finally, Mosaic strengthens our ability to accurately capture services delivered and maximize appropriate reimbursements by reducing fragmentation in documentation and billing workflows, ensuring we're not leaving revenue on the table at a time when every dollar matters. Mosaic isn't just about completing an implementation. It's about establishing a stable, integrated platform we can build on for years to come. It enables seamless care across the continuum so we truly operate as one county health, supported by reliable data for quality, finance, and planning. That foundation strengthens the experience for clinicians and the patients and clients that we serve. Most importantly, Mosaic positions us to move from reactive problem solving to proactive, data-driven care with the resilience to adapt and innovate over time. This is fundamentally an investment in one county health, not just a technology decision. What we're asking for today is support to complete the mosaic we've already started, protect the value of investment made in phase 1, and ensure county health can operate as a single integrated system. In a challenging healthcare funding environment, this approach allows us to be disciplined and intentional. Completing Mosaic reduces long-term operational risks, avoids continued spend on disconnected systems, and positions us to manage resources more effectively over time. This investment is about sustainability, accountability, and ensuring county health can continue to meet the needs of our community now and into the future. This chart shows how our EHR investment has evolved over time and where we're headed next. Early years reflect the initial phase 1 implementation, followed by a shift towards steady operational support as systems went live. What you see in the recommended upcoming budget cycles reflects phase 2 implementation combined with ongoing operations, not a new or parallel system. Importantly, this investment is time-bound. Implementation costs taper as systems are brought live, and long-term focus moves towards stable operations rather than repeated capital outlays. Completing Mosaic now avoids prolonging a mixed environment that drives higher operational costs and inefficiency year over year. This approach allows us to be transparent, predictable, and fiscally responsible while finishing the work already underway. Here we break down the phase 2 implementation budget and how these dollars are allocated. I want to specifically call out the $29 million associated with the temporary contracting staff through CTG. This figure is a not to exceed amount and is not a target. It represents a ceiling to ensure we have adequate capacity to deliver phase 2 safely and on schedule. Our full intent is not to spend to that maximum. We will actively manage staffing levels, transition work to county staff wherever possible, and scale down contracted resources as phases complete. This approach gives us flexibility and risk protection without committing to unnecessary spend. It's also important to note that this implementation spans 2 fiscal years, but roughly 1 calendar year, reflecting a concentrated, time-bound effort rather than an ongoing staffing model. Reflected here is the steady-state operational cost once phase 2 implementation is complete. The majority of the budget is county labor and the Epic agreement itself, which reflects a shift away from temporary implementation resources towards long-term internal operations and support. This is what a stabilized, fully integrated EHR environment looks like. Importantly, when viewed as a percentage of total county health system expenditures, this level of EHR spend is within industry standards for public health systems of our size and complexity. This is not an outlier investment. In other words, this represents a predictable, manageable operating cost that supports clinical care, compliance, reporting, and system-wide efficiency without ongoing implementation volatility. This is about sustainability, not expansion. As Epic Mosaic transitions from implementation to steady operations, we must shift from temporary, high-cost, contracted, and limited-term support to internal county expertise. These roles ensure we can safely operate, optimize, and govern a system that now supports critical clinical and operational functions across county health. Importantly, these are not all net new positions. 17 limited-term roles currently supporting Epic and Health IT operations will sunset, and this request replaces a significant portion of that temporary workforce with permanent county staff. We expect many of the individuals in these sunsetting positions to be interested in the new regular positions. These individuals already have certifications, institutional knowledge, and experience needed to sustain the system for years to come. This transition reduces long-term reliance on contractors, strengthens institutional knowledge, and gives the county greater control over priorities, timelines, and costs. In short, these positions protect the investment we've already made and help prevent future operating costs. Here we see a comparison of where we are today coming out of Phase 1 with where we need to be for Phase 2 and long-term operations. Today's staffing reflects a rapid implementation model. We relied heavily on limited-term roles to get Epic live quickly, which was the right decision given Cerner's sunset timeline and the urgency to stabilize core services. That model got us across the finish line, but it is not sustainable in the long term. What you see in the future state is a deliberate shift away from limited-term staffing toward a stable, steady-state operating model. This is a conversion from temporary higher-risk staffing to permanent county expertise. In Wave 1, we used 17 limited-term positions to move fast. In the future state, limited-term roles will go to 0. Instead, we are requesting 35 regular positions to safely operate and support a much larger Epic footprint that spans more divisions, more workflows, and true 24/7 clinical operations. From a cost perspective, staffing increases from $17.5 to $22.6 million. That increase reflects 3 things: a significantly expanded Epic environment, round-the-clock clinical support expectations, and the intentional elimination of limited-term churn and contractor dependency. Over time, this is a lower risk and more cost-effective approach. What the staffing model prevents is just as important. It avoids ongoing reliance on contractors and emergency backfills, and the loss of institutional knowledge whenever a limited-term role expires. Those hidden costs create instability and risk, especially in a clinical system as critical as ours. Regular county staff bring accountability. They align with county priorities, support consistent governance and security, and retain system knowledge over time. This gives the county far greater control over timelines, costs, and outcomes. And finally, the why now. As Epic expands across more divisions, understaffing becomes a patient safety and operational risk. This staffing model aligns with industry norms, our peer health systems in the Bay, and the scale of services we are supporting. In short, the staffing plan protects the Epic investment we have already made and prevents higher costs and risks down the road. These points come directly from the CEO of San Mateo Medical Center and reflect where we've already experienced firsthand through Epic at SMMC. Epic has given us the tools to address the challenges ahead by allowing us to fully leverage functionality that improves safety, quality, and efficiency. We've seen how standardization and integrated workflows have strengthened care delivered internally at the medical center. Extending Epic across county health ensures the same level of care coordination beyond the hospital, so patients and clients experience continuity regardless of where they enter our system. Just as importantly, Mosaic improves transparency of critical information such as medication usage and conservatorship status, ensuring that care teams across county health are working from the same trusted information. This is what enables safer, more coordinated care at scale. I want to close with a real example of why Mosaic matters beyond systems and budgets. This is not a rare or extreme case. It reflects a common experience when patients receive care across multiple systems, like our emergency, specialty, and behavioral health services within county health. It's in these moments providers are often forced to rely on phone calls, faxes, manual workflows to access information that already exists elsewhere in health's divisions, while patients wait and decisions are delayed. Patient is an 82-year-old Spanish-speaking woman with multiple chronic conditions who receives care across our system, including primary care, specialty care, and behavioral health services. Recently, she presented to our emergency department where skilled clinicians immediately stepped in to care for her. Our people showed up. Our systems need to catch up. This is not a reflection of effort or intent. It reflects systems that were never designed to work together. Because her medical history lives across multiple disconnected systems, emergency department providers did not have immediate access to key parts of her record, including specialty notes, past mental health history, and established care plans that already existed elsewhere in county health. As a result, the care team had to reconstruct her story in real time, delaying decisions and creating frustration for both the patient and the clinicians trying to help her. She also waited for input from a specialist that she had previously seen. Because that information was not readily available, there was concern that she might need to be admitted unnecessarily. Ultimately, she declined admission, likely avoiding duplicative testing and invasive procedures, but only because she was able to advocate for herself. Not every patient can do that. This is where Mosaic changes the story. With Epic Mosaic fully implemented across county health, this patient's entire journey follows her wherever she enters our system. Emergency providers can immediately see her medications, specialty input, behavioral services she's connected to, conservatorship status if applicable, prior assessments, and care plans in one trusted record. That means faster decisions, safer care, fewer delays, and fewer unnecessary admissions. It also means less reliance on phone calls, faxes, and manual workarounds that increase the risk and burden staff. This is what One County Health looks like in practice. Mosaic is not about adding technology. It's about removing barriers that put patients and clients at risk and perpetuate inequity. Disconnected systems force them to navigate complexity and risk on their own, often at moments when they are least able to do so. When systems are fragmented, the burden shifts to the patient. When systems are connected, we create the conditions for living longer, better lives for our community here in San Mateo County. This is the cost of fragmentation today and the value of Mosaic tomorrow. This is how we improve safety, reduce duplication, and protect the investment we've already made. With that, we're happy to take your questions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that thorough presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Canapa.
Thank you very much. How much have we spent on Epic to date? What's the total?
Great question. So phase one implementation only was $52.1 million, and the total from fiscal years 22 through 25 is 87.9, and that includes implementation and operations for our current state.
Then into the agreement that the board had approved years ago, was that a 10-year agreement? What was the term of the agreement?
It was a 10-year projected, yes.
And what was the projected cost of the agreement over a period of 10 years?
At the time it was $220 million.
And then can you speak a little to the variance of what we're looking at now over a period of 10 years in terms of, I saw through the resolution, the staff report, the range. What do we project? So it was $220 million. Now what does that cost look like?
Right now with the projections, it's $110 million. And what that does not include, though, as we are really diving in before Epic has even kicked off in our other divisions, the cost redirects that we're able to have. We're finding systems that do not need to belong in our system. So while we've been doing this Epic implementations, our health IT team has also began application rationalization, which in the IT maturity structure of a system happens after all systems are implemented, but we don't have time to wait until that. And thankfully, the tools that Epic and the integrations with Epic have given us, we have started reducing those systems. So we anticipate that there will be many more findings as we go through this project. We found just a couple over the last few months and the project hasn't kicked off. That variance is the increase in licenses for the users that we have across all of County Health, as well as additional integrations that we have needed within the system. Today on the consent agenda, there was the TEFCA agreement, which enables us to be federally interoperable, which is a federal guideline, but also we are also doing the DXF integration, which is interoperability for the state of California. These systems provide that background for us to add to that without us having to go out and get completely new vendors to add on bolt-on experiences.
Great. And I was looking at sort of the FTEs. So the FTEs right now, my understanding is it's a total of 35 positions. Both the FTE, you've already 17. It's a sort of a renewal. Is that correct, or is it 35 FTEs that are going to be we're moving forward with today? I'm just curious. I thought maybe it was only 18, but what is it? How many? Yeah.
That's right. So that's a really great question and clarification. So there are currently 17 limited term resources which are currently supporting our day-to-day operations, resources in which we've invested in them to get Epic certifications. They've been here through Go Live and have learned the institutional knowledge. So the goal here is to get 17 permanent positions for those individuals to apply in to those positions to continue the day-to-day operations for our current medical center and divisions that are live. And then for Epic Mosaic, because we are expanding that footprint, adds the additional 18 positions that are for the new integration and long-term support, with the support of no limited term positions moving forward or contractors.
You know, one of the things, and I think, thank you, Colleen Chawla, for your opening. You know, I find myself really challenged to support this item today. Well, my grave concern is a couple things. One is the addition of the FTEs, but two is the uncertainty of sort of, what the health environment looks like at a local level, especially what's happening with cuts from the federal and state government. And this appropriation is a rather large appropriation. I think one of the things, and maybe you can help me address it, is if we move forward with this capital project, and then what happens is now we're talking about potential health care cuts with employees and the such. Not saying that it's going to happen, but we know that a reduction is going to come. I'm just trying to balance the importance of the capital with the importance of what cuts could look like from the federal government into our county hospital. Maybe, Colleen, you can kind of answer that a little, or give me just a little bit of assurance, or maybe there is no assurance. But that's what I think. It's more of we have the people issue, and then we have the capital issue. So I just love for you to sort of maybe add some flavor to that. Yeah.
Thank you for asking that question, Supervisor Canepa. It's precisely why we wanted to start the presentation the way that we did today, because we didn't want you to hear this in the morning and something different in the afternoon. The truth is that it's crummy timing. I wish it were better timing. But if we don't proceed, the costs to our system are going to be greater. And down the road, our ability to meet our regulatory requirements, to continue to bill effectively, are going to be hampered. They're hampered, frankly, already. You heard a little bit about the behavioral health system. Avatar is the behavioral health electronic record, and it was implemented quite some time ago, and it hasn't kept up with the changing environment. So I don't see us being able to meet the demands that are required of us if we don't proceed, and it will cost us more in the long run.
And if I may, through the chair, Supervisor Camp, it's a really good question. It's one that we've thought long and hard about before we brought it to the board. One of the things that we're seeing is the efficiency also in the billing cycle that they alluded to earlier. There's an increase of 25% in revenues. based on our ability to appropriately bill. Those are some of the offsets. So you're right, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg right now, but we do believe, given the ongoing cost and the timing, the necessity, and the access for patients, that this is the right time to go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Also, to Supervisor Canada, to add to that, what we aren't seeing here is and I think we've spoke about this earlier, is during COVID, healthcare came together like we've never seen before, and that was through technology. And what we're not able to see here in this presentation here is the partnerships and the collaboration that Epic is allowing us to do. In terms of, we're partnering with the behavioral health contractors. We're able to expand our Epic to their access. The health plan is also interested in more partnership. What this opens up the door for is additional services, additional efficiencies that we've maybe not been able to operationalize because of those disconnected systems. And I'm confident in my last 13 years working through nonprofit health systems, all doing Epic implementations. This last one with us was my 13th. I have seen the direct outcome of Epic and the services that get expanded and the efficiencies that come from that. We're already seeing that now with just a year of data, and I'm confident that we'll see much growth in that space, even with the uncertainty at the federal and state levels.
Supervisor Mueller.
So, in the presentation, what I was really trying to understand, I think the difficulty is, I know we have the 25% increase that you're talking about, Mike, in efficiency and billing, and I know that you're talking about increased efficiencies. I think what the difficulty that I'm trying to understand is, how does that all translate into dollars? So if we're looking, whenever we looked at a different department as a cost center, and certainly this is a cost center, the question is, are we going to, and I guess at a very high level, are we going to, as a result of doing this, see the delta increase or decrease? And it's not well quantified for me right now to understand that. So are these efficiencies that you're talking about going to result in the delta decreasing? So we're actually not just, so we're able to pay for what we're providing, or is it a net increase where, although we're providing better services, we're going to have to figure out where we're going to get the revenue to do it?
And if I may, again, through the chair, just address that.
Go ahead.
It really is a good question, because I think some of this we don't know, but there's not only the efficiency in the billing cycle and in the process there, it's the efficiency in retiring some of the legacy systems that will offset some of the cost here. So I don't know if you can quantify that.
We have the redirect of costs, and after the 5 years, it's going to be $52.3 million, which is all the system legacy, which includes Cerner, ECW, Pisces, Orchard, newly discovered Calabria Health with our ADS, as well as Q for ADS. Vice President Mueller, kind of to your point as well, I understand right now we're talking in a lot of hypotheticals. In the appendix of my presentation, which if it's able to be pulled back up would be great, but if not, I can speak to it, is when we invest in Epic, when we invest in these services, we're investing in a partner. And in part of doing so, we have started efficiency programs within Epic. There's 2 programs in particular, which will be coming back to the board for you all next month, hopefully, to accept a $730,000 credit for the good install credit that Epic provides, because we stuck to the implementation schedule on time. But what we also have enrolled in is the honor roll. Every year, honor roll helps systems maximize the features that you've already invested in within Epic. And this year we have upwards of $950,000 that we would be able to get back as a credit from the vendor. This slide that you're seeing here is an example of some of the data that we have within our system from the medical center and already live divisions. These are called the Epic Opportunity Dashboards. This analyzes our data, our workflows, and the services that we offer to the community, and how we're not efficiently meeting some of those options. As you see on this screen here, there's up to almost $20 million in opportunities. Now, with that said, you can turn on the features within the technology, but you still need to operationalize these things. But it's dashboards just like this that we can go into the executive boardroom at the medical center and start operationalizing around those metrics.
All right. And I appreciate that, but I don't know when I look at this dashboard whether I'm going to have to spend more money to get this money and how much more I'm going to need to spend. So what I'm really trying to, is there any, in this presentation, is there any quantification of what you think happens to this delta when we invest this $5 million more? Are you know, if you're looking at like making a business case decision, you know, or is it just we're providing better service, or do we actually see a gain in terms of what we're seeing from terms of the number of patients being seen, the quickness with they're seeing it, the billing path? Because I know it's all pass-through dollars that come from the federal government in most cases, or the state. But are we actually seeing a better efficiency that translates to pay for the offset of the $5 million?
Yes, we are. I think it's a both and. It's better patient care. It's better treatment for our patients, but it's also systems that are sunsetting, things that we're investing in now.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to invest in anymore because they don't meet our needs any longer. It is the increased capacity to bill, as was stated earlier. We are finding that we're doing a much better job of billing because of the tools that are available in Epic. And it's also, I had a third point I was going to make that it's escaping me at the moment. It's also in behavioral health, for example, we are already budgeting to pay fines because we can't demonstrate to the state that we are meeting certain requirements. Not that we're not meeting them, but our systems do not allow us to demonstrate that we're meeting them unless we are pulling paper charts by hand and documenting that by hand, which we can do for some things, but not all things. So we know that we're going to avoid those fines too. And those systems, part of why the cost is increasing is that our environment has changed from the time that we put in a 10-year plan for implementation of Epic. There's been so much change at the state and federal levels in terms of more care going through our managed care systems and CalAIM. That weren't anticipated before. And so I think all of those things contribute to why we think that this is the best financial decision. Definitely the best patient care decision.
Well, and that's...
I'd like to jump in just with another concrete example that was shared during the presentation. So when you look at, for example, the amount of time that our patients are waiting for the prescriptions, that is improved care.
No, I saw that actually.
Yes,
but what I'm trying to figure out is, I understand that's improved care, but what I'm trying to figure out is what is the dollar amount associated with it. I have one colleague who's saying he doesn't want to spend $5 million, and what I'm trying to figure out is does he not want to spend $5 million on a $10 million game, which would be crazy? What is that? Is there any dollar number that you could attach to that?
I think that there is some, and there's more that we're finding. So I think Rich was alluding earlier to systems that are sunsetting that Epic is going to replace, so we will no longer incur the cost of those systems. So that is a reduced cost on one side that offsets the investment in Epic on this side. And we're continuing to find new ones all the time.
What is that dollar amount for those ones that are sunsetting?
So we have, for, as I mentioned earlier, with Epic, or with Cerner, ECW, Calabrios Health, Orchard, and Q, over the 5 years, it's $52.3 million. To Colleen's point with Avatar, right now, we have to spend just $1 million this June to just extend it 1 year. It's at least $1 million extension for those systems, but that does not include the resources. And unfortunately, the difference with working with Epic and Cerner and Avatar is the bolt-on services. When you need a new feature with Avatar, you pay for that. So just because the license agreement is $1 million, because of the mandates that behavioral health is facing, when we ask for those features with Avatar, which requires our resources to build, they're going to then charge us a change amount that we are not able to quantify because of we don't know the full depth of what it would take to get Avatar to the level that we need it at. And Vice President Mueller, too, from a patient access perspective, I showed a slide earlier that's showing that we have 36,000 patients on MyChart. That's only 36% of our patients. The goal for an Epic recommendation is 80+% of those MyChart patients. And what that allows is online scheduling, open scheduling, which we've not fully turned on. I have an example in CoSide where patients are actually driving into the clinic just to schedule an appointment when they could do that from their phones. It empowers the patients to then utilize the schedule in an efficient manner.
I'm not arguing that. And I'm not even arguing against you all.
I'm going to just
No,
jump
please,
in here.
Please, I'm still talking, so don't. I'm not arguing against you all.
Absolutely.
I'm actually trying right now to help you prove your case from a financial perspective, which is what one of my colleagues' objective is. So every time we go back to patient care, it doesn't address the financial considerations that I'm trying to talk about. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass to Supervisor Spear.
Sorry, I'm the chair, and I'm going to say a few words briefly. Thank you. So, as the chair of the Medical Center Board, this is something that we talk about greatly in that space. And Supervisor Spear will now be on the Medical Center Board along with me. So what I would like to propose is, because what I'm hearing, the concern is there is likely a number that we can have staff bring back to us. And the point that I was trying to finish earlier was that there are some benefits and efficiencies that are harder to quantify. For example, you just mentioned the ability for patients to schedule online. There's also the reality that because of the lack of systems that we had where we would have all of the information, there will likely be less appointments to follow up on things that were missed previously, because now our health professionals will have all of the information for a patient's care in front of them through Epic. So I think my belief is there are some numbers that are quantifiable and others that are not, but I'd be happy to look at this in the medical center and come back with a more concrete number. If we need to postpone this, I think I'd want to understand what the impacts of that would be. Is this time sensitive? I will hold those questions and allow Supervisor Spear to ask any questions as well.
Thank you. I don't think there's any question that this is the industry standard now. We need electronic health records. The question is, and forgive me, Mr. Bailey, for asking this, but my first year last year, I was getting whistleblower complaints about how persons that worked for Epic were now county employees. It sounds like you were an Epic employee for a long period of time before you became a county employee. Is that correct?
No, I've never worked for Epic. I've always worked for nonprofit health systems.
Okay, thank you. What I'm struggling with is, we need to provide electronic health records. There's no question about that. The question is, can we afford the Cadillac versus the Volkswagen? Volkswagens are pretty expensive now, so I guess. And I want to make sure that we can also provide the health care. So I understand the importance of the need for this, but my question is, we're hiring 35 new employees at your request here. And it looks like in EHR analysts 1, 2, are those entry-level software engineers?
They're not. No, it's a completely different classification. So when they come in at a level 1, that's without Epic certifications. Level 2 is the Epic certification that makes them beyond capable in the systems to program it based on our workflows. It's not traditional coding in a system. It is a very extensive infrastructure that those analysts are then able to modify, update, maintain, and upgrade. It's all turns to in-house development as well as upgrades, whereas right now we are reliant on all of our vendors for those disconnected systems.
So have we explored at all the use of AI to do some of this work for us?
That's a great question, and we are actually using AI within Epic. That was something that we implemented in the fall to get approved. There's a lot of features within Epic to help augment our workflows at the medical center as well as within our health IT team. But we aren't replacing employees with the AI. But there are tools that's already in use that we're able to make these workflows within our health IT team as well as our medical center more efficient.
So the reference to phase two, you mentioned aging and disability services. Is that in the healthcare system? Could you explain specifically what that is?
Aging and disability services, in terms of, I think you might probably have better oversight of that. We're focusing on case management right now, which is primarily their workflows, which we're able to integrate into Epic. One of the good examples that we've had is some individuals or patients that are in the ADS world may have a conservatorship status, and that has really hindered healthcare across the medical center because they're not able to see if they are under a conservatorship, and that creates great concerns. So having still that integrated system is allowing any of the home health individuals that Mr. Pullen was speaking about earlier to have all the data accessible within their mobile device to make sure that they're treating the patient correctly, but also following state law, federal laws regarding that patient's status.
And then if I look at the chart you provided us with, it looks like we're spending $70 million in the next 2 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the following years, it's going to be $50 million a year for just operational?
I believe it was $40 million. Yep.
So moving forward, the expectation is that this will be a $40 million cost year in, year out.
With expectations for that to decrease as well. As we still get more of those numbers in, we do expect that to go down because, as we've mentioned, we're realizing cost redirects, and also we're able to streamline some of the services that we have as independent services now within our county health system, including IT services. Our team has evolved much more outside of just the Epic scope of things. We're supporting networks, we're supporting devices. That operational cost allows us to continue supporting the infrastructure within health to make sure that we have the networks capable. We partner with TSD, but we have a lot of additional services that we have been supporting and providing because TSD is not able to support those items.
And these limited term employees, I mean, there's lots of costs we don't have to incur as a result of them being limited term, right? We don't have the other payroll costs and the retirement and the like. So why wouldn't we just continue with them and save some money there for a period of time?
That's a great question. Many of them are set to expire. They're starting to expire. Some have already expired. And we can renew the position, but we can't renew, as you all know, the person. And unfortunately, a lot of those people we've invested Epic certifications into because they were critical to getting our implementation off the ground and are critical to today's operation. So in theory, we could lose those individuals and ask for an extension of that position. We would then have to retrain them in Epic, pay for those certifications, not to mention that you can't put a price tag on the institutional knowledge that they have already with our system. They were here through the go live, and they're able to take us into this next iteration of Epic with our own institutional knowledge. For Wave 1, we focused on Epic and third-party consultants because we didn't know what we didn't know. That has changed now as we go into Phase 2. We have that institutional knowledge and we have that support. We're not reliant on contractors. We're not reliant on Epic. They're true partners of ours while we are actually the ones moving it forward, and that was not the case with Wave 1.
So these limited term individuals were Epic employees.
No, they were not. No, they're local. They're local-based individuals that live here in the Bay Area.
So
they're
they
not
were
Epic employees.
So they were temporary employees that we had hired?
That's correct. So in order to, I believe, get everything off the ground, we had a set of limited term positions that allowed us to put in analysts into those positions because we weren't able to have the full amount of FTEs that were projected and recommended from Epic. So originally our recommendations for FTEs from Epic were much higher than the positions that we have right now. Those were filled with limited term with the hope that we would just need them for implementation. But it's much more than just the implementation because now we have those long-term operational costs. In addition to having the resources that we have, when we sign a contract with Epic, with Phase 2, we get a lot of Epic resources that then come out and partner with our analysts. And that is the tough part with replacing these limited term analysts is they had that direct feedback and resources with the Epic resources we had for Phase 1. We would not be able to do that again if we got limited terms for operations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If you could answer the questions I shared previously around, is this a time-sensitive contract? Are we up against a deadline here?
We are. So as I mentioned earlier, Avatar NetSmart is set to expire this June. We are going to renew it for 1 year, which is $1 million plus. If we push this, we then need to push the kickoff of this project, because with Epic Phase 2, because our specialty divisions are so complex and we want to get it right the first time, it is a 12-month implementation from when we kick it off. So in theory, if we were to kick it off in April, that only gives us 2 months in 2027 to make sure all of the information from all of our legacy systems that we're sunsetting get into Epic. And we've learned the very hard way over this past implementation with Cerner that once we let a vendor know that we are no longer working with them, it's very difficult to get our data and information. And a 2-month buffer is barely enough time for us to make sure we get that from Avatar. If we were to delay this and extend it further, we're going to compound the costs, and then we're going to find ourselves in the same situation trying to get that data from them whenever we decide to try and move forward.
Thank you. And can you remind us when we first started embarking on the transition to Epic?
In 2022 is the last time that we were here to get approved, when we had 4 vendors that were elevated through RFP, and Epic ended up being that first choice.
Thank you. And I am asking that question because I think it's important that we remember that our most vulnerable residents have not had the privilege or right to online access to their health information like many of our privately insured residents and even county employees, right? So when you go to Stanford and you have that app and you can use the My Health app, we are, I want to say decades? No, maybe 1 decade. Maybe 2, I don't know. But many, many years behind on providing that same access and quality of care to our most vulnerable residents. So I just wanted to share that as a reminder of what this is really about. And Supervisor Gaucher?
No, I want to just thank you for the presentation. And as I look at this, I'm reminded that this is a portion of health equity when you think about what we're proposing here today. But at the same time, we're looking at a lot of money and we're just, there's uncertainty on the other end of what's going to happen. We're making this decision before we hear the HR1 impacts and what that's going to do to the county as well. I'm looking at, when you think about the head count, there's 18 additional head count that we're requesting. Are we sure that we need 18 additional head count? If we've been doing the work with 17 previous, why is it, what's the requirement for the jump, or why are we jumping to 18?
That's a great question. So the 18 are for the new iteration phase of Epic. We are not supporting currently behavioral health, aging disability services, public health lab, health coverage unit. We would be expanding to the rest of our health institutions across the county, and that requires the implementation staff to support that, and then the long-term operations that we're speaking of today. And original Epic recommendations were a bit higher than 18, but we are able to leverage, because of our unique makeup of FTEs, to get it to that number that is still fiscally responsible within reason, but also it is rather lean in that regard. But we want to avoid the reliance on having to then come back for contracting resources, contingency staffing, or other limited term roles.
Thank you for that. Again, so we have to make, we're not required to make a decision today. I think I would love to hear what's happening with HR1 to have a better understanding of where we're going as we spend the money. I know this is important and critical. Again, it's health equity, and it's going to help those individuals who access care and have their care available across the system. So if they go to another doctor, those individuals who are working in the healthcare facility can look up and understand what's happening with that patient without using paper documents. I'm in support of that. I just want to be sure that we're spending the money the correct way and we're getting the most out of this product.
If I could, through the chair, is there a cost in waiting 2 more weeks to get some additional information, or would that be sufficient? Why don't we do that?
Well, can I just, because I actually didn't want to.
So just a second. I did see your mic on, so please go ahead. But yes, as the chair of the meeting, I retain my power to acknowledge the speakers.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. And sorry if I didn't mean to offend you earlier. When I'm talking, I just have a train of questions, and if someone interjects in the middle of them, it can throw me off course. So my question to you is, you said that there was $52 million that was going to be saved in legacy systems, that if we implement the EPIC, we save that $52 million. And what I'm trying to understand is, does this $5 million additional make it so that we can sunset that $52 million in legacy systems?
It allows us to continue that. That's correct. So we've already started realizing some of that $52 million with the medical center and the legacy systems that went away with that. It then allows us now to start realizing that with NetSmart Avatar and the other applications for the other divisions.
How much of that $52 million goes away with the $5 million investment?
I would need to get the specific numbers on that.
All right, so we don't have those numbers with us today, and because I'm trying to figure out how much of that $52 million already disappeared with what we've already done, as opposed to the increased $5 million.
Well, Rich is looking for that information. I think we do have some of that quantified already. I was going to say two things. One is that, as you'll see in our study session presentation later, that our three-pronged strategy to address what we're seeing at the state and federal levels includes reliance on the enhanced EPIC tools that we outlined around billing, around efficiencies, around making our workflows better. And then the other thing to say is that we could commit to reporting back to you on the financial changes that we're seeing as a result of EPIC implementation. So that exact calculation on a regular basis, we could do that as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa?
Great. This is an example of tough decisions and tough choices. I want to support and uplift the comments of Supervisor Gaucher. I do think that I need, as a board member, I need more information, whether it's a continuance for 2 weeks. That's something that I'm supportive of. I found myself in a similar situation, not EPIC, but I remember when I was on the city council, we were dealing with an issue around capital, this is a Great Recession, or employees. And I'm not saying this issue is similar, but it is sort of in a way. I mean, it's a very tough decision because if the federal government or state government cuts funding, our main function, our core business is to make sure that we're able to provide access to health care. And that starts with our nurses. That starts with our doctors. It starts with the core team of those who work, whether it's in the clinics, whether it's in mental health. And so what I'm clearly focused on is really making sure that we're able to provide that core service. Now, if we're able to do that with significant job cuts, what I'm severely concerned about is the 17 FTEs that we're looking at. I just think from a access point to healthcare, I understand the EPIC system. I understand how good it is. But again, it's tough decisions, tough choices. I'm not interested in making sure that those who provide direct care to those in the hospital or in our health clinics, that there are severe cuts. And so clearly my focus is to make sure, in light of all the federal and state cuts, that we can continue to provide services at a level. What I'm afraid of in this scenario is we move forward with this item with 17 FTEs or whatever the number is, when the board is presented in the future with a tough decision to cut positions because we're not getting the federal funding. And so that sort of gives you insight to what I'm thinking about.
That's understandable. And Vice President Mueller, I apologize. I over-prepared with too much documentation, but I do have those numbers. So right now, for fiscal year 25-26, we're realizing $4.4 million. When we go into fiscal 26-27, there's an additional 5.1. 27-28 is 7.1. With this additional investment, what we're not realizing quite yet is because of the NetSmart Avatar as well as the ADS systems that I've mentioned. So we're going to be looking at an additional, it looks like $3.2 million in that regard with this investment because we need to get those other systems sunsetted. The Cerner, the yearly titrated plan with Cerner and ECW and Pisces will continue regardless, because that has already been sunset as of December of last year.
Okay, so if I got the numbers wrong, tell me. But it sounds like we're going to see an immediate, based on sunset, 3.6 off the 5 plus the increased efficiencies. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, then I'm a yes vote. But next time, let's make it a lot easier on us.
Okay, I believe that we are ready for public comment.
All right, thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking public comment on item number 7 for health. We do not have any speaker cards in chambers, so we will be going to Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we have 3 hands raised. Sabrina, followed by Ann Schneider. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, surgeons, who hold all political power. There's sure a lot of pass-through dollars. This is why you must follow the state and federal constitution as it affects all U.S. citizens. I'm just curious, what is the financial liability of San Mateo County as it stands right now? If the California budget is $1.5 trillion in between the state and local liabilities, how can you afford to even do that, even think about doing this? You're going to have funding cuts because everyone has seen the fraud in Minnesota and Ohio and Colorado. These healthcare services, transportation services, these daycares, whatever you want to call them, they've been exposed as a lot of fraud. And you don't want to open the books. Nobody wants anybody to check the records. There are tons of illegals on Medicaid and Medicare and Medi-Cal, and so they shouldn't be. And so that is part of the reason why you're trying to push through this, and I'm sure you're able to step it through. So the whistleblowers and corruptions are an information. And the fact that there's no quantifiable information or justification of costs, this definitely should even go through. But if you're going to continue into it, go ahead, because you really need to take a serious look at what you're doing. A lot of this programming is just conservatorship. It is not constitutional. It's out of your home rule regulations and following the federal and state constitutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. We'll now move on to Ann Schneider, followed by Michelle Stevens for item 7. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Ann Schneider lives in Millbrae. As some of you know, I am collecting data on impacts to the community of which I used to be mayor of. One of those is trying to find health impacts from SFO operations, Caltrain, granted better now that they're electric and not diesel, and other data that is very, very difficult to get. The only air monitor in San Mateo County is down in North Fair Oaks. With this new healthcare plan and completely keeping patient confidentiality, will it be able to compile data, for example, asthma clusters, cancer clusters? There is a lot more jet fuel leakage into Millbrae neighborhoods. I don't want to speak for San Bruno, but I've smelled them in San Bruno. My house itself filled up with chemicals that lasted over 30, 45 minutes on that. And what I am trying to find is data that could correlate with specific actions at any of the transportation agencies. So while you move forward on this project, I hope you consider the value that could be had from consolidated data on clusters of events on that. And I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you as one of the people, child of God, Sir Juries. All this is real nice. You're talking about, the reduced wait times, improve access, da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, but what we need to really look on is the fact that, just because it's successful doesn't mean it's established in legal authority. And my question is, from this point on, is, with these expanded dashboards and internal analytics and cross services and visibility increase, across everywhere, what permitted or prohibited the secondary uses? Who has access across the departments and vendors? What data is retained? For how long? What purpose? Beyond care, delivery? 2 principles apply. Delegated powers must be strictly construed, and capability does not equal authorization. Performance metrics cannot substitute for constant authority or due process. be further expansion or phase 2 functionality. I ask the board articulate the legal authority relied on these boundaries imposed in the audit mechanisms to protect the patients and the public. I would like some answers to that. You know, I know y'all don't want to talk, but you know, here I am. I would like some answers to that. Where is the restrictions? Where is the
Thank you for your
stopping
comment. Next speaker.
Thank you. We'll now go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
Yes, Board and Chair, thank you. I want to ground this comment in California Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, which guarantees that the people have the right to instruct their representatives and petition the government for redress of grievances, and that the people have a right to access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business with meetings and writings open to public scrutiny. That constitutional duty applies directly to item 7 and to the systems discussed here with EPIC. Item 7 is not merely informational and reflects the expansion of EPIC across health with permanent staffing, long-term budget commitments, system-wide data integration. When a private platform becomes embedded as a core governance infrastructure, the public's right to understand, question, and instruct the board is at its highest. Transparency is not satisfied by success metrics alone. The Constitution requires clearly that about authority, scope, limits, future use, especially when EPIC functionally includes sensitive categories such as conservatorship status, medication, data, and records involving individuals who may lack meaningful consent. Public comment on item 7 is not a courtesy. It is a constitutional safeguard. I ask that this board continue to treat scrutiny on EPIC and expansion not as resistance, but as compliance with Article 1,
Thank you for your
Section
comments.
3,
Next
protecting
speaker.
both people and
Thank you,
business.
Madam President, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I'm going to move the item based on the representation of the savings that will occur.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Mueller and second by Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, it is 1:04, and I want to do a time check. We already got through item 9, and this was item 8. Let me just see. So what I would like to...
was 7.
Oh, this is number 7. Apologies. Well, let's move on to item 8, and then I think we, as a board, should take a break to get lunch and then move on to our study session. So for item number 8, I'd like to invite up Public Health Director Colleen
Thank you.
Chavla.
So item number 8 is a request for your approval of a contract that was competitively procured that relates to the EPIC electronic health record. This is the temporary staffing that will support us during the implementation period. That was the staffing that you heard Rich refer to that is an up to amount. Our goal is to not use the entirety of the contract should we not need to, but it gives us the flexibility to plan for implementation.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Really quickly, so for these temporary jobs, who has access to the jobs? What will that come back to us so we could have a better understanding? We are trying to also help our own residents who live here obtain jobs that are going to allow them to stay within their community. So I'd love to know more information about those jobs.
Absolutely. So CTG was elevated through an RFP process, similar to what we've done previous implementations with Elite. And we've specified many times with them, and we meet with them next week, that we want local talent to be filling these roles. So they do have analysts, EPIC certified analysts that are local to California. We specifically asked that during our interview process. So that will be the primary role with those individuals, assuming that we need to bring in those CTG individuals, right? This is going to be to ensure that we're able to move forward with the implementation on schedule and on budget. But our goal is to try and utilize the FTE positions that we just spoke about to move that work forward. with county employees or local based new talent that would come in to get those certifications under our new infrastructure.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We're taking public comment on item number 8. Seeing no speaker cards in chambers, we will go to online.
Thank you. We have one hand raised for Sabrina. Please unmute Sabrina and begin for item 8.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who holds all political power. I did have some question. When you're talking about local people in the hiring, on Santa Clara County's website, it says 40% of the population is illegal. So I don't know how that actually works. Are you just doing local people, or are you actually hiring citizens? California Constitution's Article 1, Section 8 also says that a person may not be disqualified from pursuing business, profession, vocation, or employment because of sex, race, creed, color, or national ethnic origin. There's also protections against special classes and special privileges. And that's also in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Are you guys complying with that? How is that process done? We would like to know. It's not in your charter. Actually, it is in your charter that you're supposed to hire people that are qualified, not anything about equity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you as a child of God, Siri Juris, one of the people. I'm just really, I don't get you all. I just really don't. I don't understand it. Y'all sitting here talking about hiring these temporary positions, and, are they going to American citizens? Are they going to illegals to where you only have to pay them pennies on the dollar? I mean, it's already out there. Everybody knows about how the illegals are being used, abused, trafficked, and to me, it just feels like you all are okay with that. You're just going to co-sign this and co-sign that and just, they come across our border. We can do whatever we want to with them. I really hope you guys will look at your heart and what your motives are. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Now we'll go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
And I'm going to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. And Madam President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, I just want to take a moment to say that no human being is illegal, and now deferring to the board for if we have a motion or more discussion on this topic. Supervisor Gaucher moves the item.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. It is 1:10, and we will break for lunch for 30 minutes and return at 1:40 for our study session.
Madam President, I would ask that the board consider adjusting its agenda to take the closed session items
That's
during
right.
their lunch break.
Thank you. So we will adjourn for closed session and return hopefully around 1:40.
I think real quickly, if I could get just a motion so the record's clear.
Is there a motion on this?
Yep.
Moved by Canepa, second by Gaucher. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are adjourned to closed session.
And the meeting time is 1:11, and the board is recessed to closed session. We can start in about 20 seconds. All right, the time is 1:53. We can go ahead and resume from closed session with 4 supervisors present. Supervisor Mueller absent at the moment.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to our study session, I neglected to recognize that we actually have 2 Measure K items on the agenda that I would like to consider taking before we start the study session.
Madam President, if I could, I just wanted to note that there's nothing we need to report out of closed session. I just will state that for the record.
Thank you for that. Is there a motion to amend the agenda to take the Measure K items? So thank you. It's moved by Spear, seconded by Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 10. No. So item number 10 is a Measure K item in the amount of $28,000 to the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition for its San Mateo Transportation Justice Academy program. This is a program that was identified through the District 2 discretionary grant process as in alignment with transportation safety goals. This program would be run by El Concilio of San Mateo County and Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition to equip residents from historically underrepresented communities, including North Central, with the knowledge and tools needed to understand local transportation conditions, identify safety hazards, and navigate public decision-making processes. The program will culminate in a neighborhood-specific action plan and bilingual transportation justice resource guide, strengthening long-term civic engagement, ensuring that all community voices are effectively represented in decision-making. And I respectfully ask for your support. I don't have any speakers today.
Supervisor Mueller is arriving.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to move to public comment.
All right, thank you, Madam President. We'll take in public comment on item number 10. We have no speaker slips from chambers, so we will go to online.
Thank you. At this time, we do have 3 hands raised. Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurors, who hold all political power, as stated in the state and federal constitutions. I just want to address one thing to Mr. Niblin, that closed door sessions are a violation of the Brown Act, and it also
Please
against
speak,
the home rule. But
for
I'm
this
just addressing
agenda
that,
item?
and I would just want to talk about the agenda item now. Again, this is a violation because it does give a special class. It is a frivolous waste of money here. You guys are just throwing out money like a drunken sailors. The carelessness, and it's still, you have no, the projections of the deficits are in the trillions of dollars for the state and the counties combined. And yet you're passing this over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Stevens, followed by Sid Young. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as one of the people, Sir Jurist, and a child of God. I was called out, so I'm going to try to inform and educate. Alien, a person who resides within
Please
the borders
speak
of
relating
the
to
country
the
that
agenda
is not
item,
a
or we
citizen
will
or
turn off
subject
the
of
mic.
the country. The person is not owing allegiance to a particular nation.
Madam President,
So
again, this
yes,
is not
there
relating to the
illegals.
item at issue.
There is such thing as
Okay,
illegal.
let's please move
And
on
I've
to the
been
next
nice to
speaker.
you.
Okay, through the president, we will move on to the next speaker since this is not related to the item. So we will go to Sid Young. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I tried reading the agenda item details, and it didn't show what item the example was. I'm sorry, that's probably the wrong word, but is this for every district or just District 2? Because on Airport Street in the unincorporated coastside area, there's been several bicycle fatalities, And I believe most of them are the people that live at the mobile home park on Airport Street. There's no street lights along there, and a lot of them could probably benefit from learning about putting reflective tape on their clothing or their bicycles or their shoes, and or maybe the county could put in a lighting district for that new big wave development that's going in. Anyway, I just wondered, is this only for your district or is this for the entire San Mateo County? Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, Bruce Johnson, I come to you as Sui Juris, one of the people, and I just want to let you guys know, when you cut the mics off like you did me earlier, that's the dumbest thing you could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Schneider, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Thank you, President Corzo, for this. I think I mirror what the previous speaker said. Is it county-wide? Silicon Valley Bike Coalition does really lovely work, have worked with them on projects here in Millbrae. I hope that in this way of being justice, keep in mind that those of us who live near the airport have a lot of visitors from around the world coming to us, getting on, whether it's the bike share program or some other way. We have a lot of bike accidents here around the communities around the airport, and we really do need a training for how to reach out to new visitors, how to reach out to tourists, and how to make sure that maybe at our hotels there's information about how to ride safely in our area. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Ann. No further comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for discussion. As this is my item, I'd like to clarify that this Measure K discretionary grant is specific to the city of San Mateo. That being said, the purpose of these grants, in my opinion, in terms of Measure K discretionary, is to pilot programs and then potentially replicate them at a larger scale. And so I would suggest that be taken into consideration, and I respectfully ask for support in this agenda item. I'm happy to take a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Gaucher, seconded by Supervisor Mueller. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
No.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11, discretionary district Measure K funds for the National Alliance of Mental Illness, and I will hand it over to Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today, I'm proud to sponsor a Measure K district discretionary grant of $50,000 to NAMI San Mateo County, a trusted and longstanding partner in our community's mental health safety net. Founded locally in 1974, NAMI San Mateo County has spent more than 5 decades providing free, evidence-based mental health education, peer support, and advocacy to individuals and families across every region of our county. Each year, they reach more than 7,000 residents, offering culturally responsive programs in English and Spanish with Mandarin programming and development, and this ensures access for our diverse communities. This one-time Measure K investment will provide essential operating support to sustain and expand NAMI's core work, education programs like family-to-family and peer-to-peer, peer and family support groups for youth, older adults, and underserved communities, and public awareness efforts that reduce stigma and promote early help seeking. Importantly, this funding helps reach people before they reach a crisis point, especially our youth, low-income residents, and communities of color who often face long wait times and barriers to care. The grant will support a portion of staff time for programs coordination and outreach, as well as a modest administrative and marketing costs, allowing NAMI to maintain a strong countywide presence and ensure residents know where to turn for help. Mental health is a community issue. By supporting NAMI San Mateo County, we are strengthening families, reducing isolation, and investing in prevention and early intervention. I respectfully ask for your support of this grant, and I'm happy to introduce the Executive Director, Laura Palmer-Lohan. Hi, Laura.
I like microphones when they amplify. Good Good morning, President Corzo and members of the board and county staff. My name is Laura Palmer-Lohan, and I'm the CEO of NAMI San Mateo County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and consider the resolution before you. I want to begin by thanking this board for your continued leadership on mental illness and health. This resolution recognizes the value of community-based health services that are non-duplicative, evidence-based, and available for free to everyone in San Mateo County, regardless of income, insurance status, age, or background. This investment also aligns with Governor Newsom's recent focus on mental health, including the needs of men and boys. At NAMI San Mateo County, we support people at multiple points along that continuum. We often meet with individuals and families after a crisis when someone has just returned home from hospitalization. In these moments, people are vulnerable, families are overwhelmed, and the risk of rehospitalization is real. NAMI's peer and family-led programs help individuals stay connected and supported post-crisis, while helping families understand how to provide effective support that improves outcomes and leads to more stable long-term recovery. We also invest heavily in prevention, especially for young people. Through our Ending the Silence program, we go to middle and high schools across the county to help teens understand mental health warning signs, reduce stigma, and know how and where to ask for help early. This program is often the first time students hear an honest, hopeful message about mental health and recovery, and it plays a critical role in reaching youth before they reach crisis. We are not a clinical provider or a government agency. We complement the county's behavioral health system by offering free, confidential, and peer and family-led education and support that fills the space between appointments and after discharge, where recovery fully happens. Measure K funding will allow us to sustain and expand this work countywide. My colleague Rocio Panameno, our Director of Education, is here today and will share a few brief remarks. Thank you again for your leadership and consideration. Your support helps turn moments of crisis into pathways to hope and lasting recovery.
Good afternoon, President Corzo and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rocio Panameno, and I serve as the Education and Volunteer Director with NAMI San Mateo County. I really appreciate the time you've set aside for public comment and, most importantly, for your continued attention to community mental health. So Laura just spoke about the systems, partnerships, and continuum of care NAMI supports. I'd like to briefly share what that work looks like on the ground through the voices and experiences of community members. Recently, we facilitated a 1-hour Mental Health 101 presentation at the Belmont Library for the Maturing Gracefully group. At the end of the presentation, one participant approached me and said, "I have a comment and a question for you. The comment is, you may have saved a life today. And the question is, can I have a copy of your presentation?" That moment stayed with me. It was a reminder that even brief, accessible education can really help someone recognize a warning sign, feel less alone, or know where to turn to for support. We hear similar reflections in our Compartiendo Esperanza, or Sharing Hope program. Compartiendo Esperanza is a community-based conversation series designed primarily for Spanish-speaking, historically underserved and marginalized communities. Here, participants gather in a safe, facilitated space to talk openly about mental health, reduce stigma, and connect with resources. At a recent workshop in Pescadero, one participant shared, "I'm leaving today feeling cared for because I know this space is for me." Another participant shared that he felt liberated because it was the first time he was openly able to talk about his son's mental health struggles. These reflections speak to how healing often happens in community when people are given permission and space to be honest about their experiences and their feelings. We bring programs directly into community centers, libraries, churches, and partner nonprofit organizations, meeting people where they already gather and feel safe. Over the past year, we've delivered workshops all across San Mateo County, from East Palo Alto to Pescadero. This matters because access to mental health education and support should not depend on zip code. Thank you again for your time today, and for your commitment to mental health across all of San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll bring it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Spear? Oh, sorry. Any questions or comments? With that, we will move on to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm taking public comment on item number 11, Measure K. And we have no speaker cards in chamber, so we will go to Zoom.
On Zoom, we do have 2 hands raised for item 11. So Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey Juris, and this is concerning because are you taking due care to follow the Constitution when you're trying to do a pre-commitment to a person for pre-crisis? That takes away a lot of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, of inherent rights that are guaranteed to us in our Constitution. Inherent rights means we were born with those rights. Inalienable means you guys can't go outside of them. You don't get to change them or put a law on there or an act or a rule or an ordinance. It's all unconstitutional. And your home rule closed door sessions, unconstitutional. The Constitution is very clear. The California Constitution even states the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It's pretty simple. Basic understanding of fundamental principles and the rule of law, which you're not following. And all you have to do is start reading your own charter because you're violating those as well. It's really questionable whether these NGOs actually benefit people because it seems like these industrial complexes just keep taking money, more money and more money and more money. How many of them actually have stopped and ended and closed their doors because they reached their mission goals? That's the question you should be asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Stevens, followed by Bruce. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I come to you as one of the people, child of God, surgeries. This mental health thing, people need help. They really do. My question is how many, what type of people are you all helping? Is this offered to our vets? Are you working with our vets? Are you helping getting our vets off the street? Are you helping get our vets in the mental stability that they need? Or is this just another ploy to go around and give people money and help that are not here under the Constitution? We have people that need help, and I hope you guys are successful. But the way you're doing it, you're not going to be. The only way you can be successful as a board is to stick to the constitutions, to the law of the land. Don't go making up laws or pretending you're going to do this or you're going to go do that. Do it to where you know it's going to stick. And nobody else can come in behind you and say, oh, looky here, they give that money there and it don't go there. Well, we're going to scratch this whole thing. I want every board in the United States to be successful, but you're not. You're rude, you're incompetent, and you're in malfeasance.
Thank you for your
you've been
comment.
told.
Next speaker.
And no further comments, Madam President.
Thank you. Back to the board for discussion. A motion from Supervisor Spear, a second from Supervisor Gaucher.
Sure. I guess so. That's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. On my Measure K item, I appreciate it. I'll take the votes. Roll call.
Oh,
yeah.
Hold 1 second, please. So I wanted to take a moment to address something I heard in the public comments. And the organization, NAMI, is an organization that serves everyone. Absolutely has the intention of serving veterans, all vulnerable community members. My understanding is that NAMI was created decades ago by primarily parents and families who felt that there were gaps in the systems for supporting folks living with mental illness. And so I want to thank them for their work and appreciate Supervisor Canepa bringing this to the board. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
I'll pay for it. No, I'm just taxpayer will, yes.
President Corzo,
Yes.
and motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we,
Madam Chair, if I may.
yes.
Item 12 is not time sensitive. I would like to suggest we move that to another agenda.
I would happily receive a motion on that suggestion. Is there a
moved.
motion? Motion
Second.
by Spear, second by Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear,
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller,
Yeah.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Aye.
President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we're ready for our study session. So while we, I'd like to welcome Director Claire Cunningham. Wait, Department Head Claire Cunningham, or Executive Director. I'm sorry, I forgot exactly what your title is.
You can just call me Claire.
Claire. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you,
Welcome.
President Corzo, and good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors, esteemed colleagues, and members of the public. I'm Claire Cunningham, Director of the Human Services Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on how H.R. 1 and related state actions affect our local safety net. I will summarize the key program impacts for San Mateo County, present the high-level fiscal picture by year, describe the operational and client impacts that we're preparing for, and outline our next steps. Before we get into specifics, I want to ground our approach. As the cornerstone of San Mateo County's social safety net, the Human Services Agency understands the critical importance of protecting continuity of service for those who depend on our programs, demonstrating accountability by making fiscally sound decisions that honor the public trust, and remaining flexible as federal and state guidance evolves while coordinating closely with county leadership and our community partners. We are acutely aware of the many vulnerable county residents who rely on the safety net that we provide, and we are determined to meet this moment. Medi-Cal and CalFresh provide healthcare coverage and nutrition assistance to low-income San Mateo County residents. Our clients who receive Medi-Cal and CalFresh rely on these benefits to access medical care and to purchase food. In the Bay Area, where housing and everyday living expenses are among the highest in the nation, Medi-Cal and CalFresh benefits are critical to maintaining the health and stability of county residents. Here you can see that roughly 34,800 county residents receive CalFresh benefits, and more than 1 in 5 county residents receive Medi-Cal. These programs are central to our safety net. A key feature of H.R. 1 is shifting safety net costs from the federal government to state and local governments. These cost shifts are staggered over time, also by design due to the upcoming midterm elections. Here you can see that our planning ranges show limited fiscal exposure this fiscal year, but material risk growing over time. For fiscal year 26-27, our estimated cost increase is $2.6 million, tied primarily to administrative cost shifts and reimbursement timing. For fiscal year 27-28 and beyond, our planning range is $4 million to $12 million in increased costs annually. These are planning ranges because the county impact depends on federal reimbursement timing and whether the state backfills any lost federal revenue. Now we'll delve into the program impacts of H.R. 1, starting with expanded work requirements for the CalFresh program. In San Mateo County, 34,800 residents receive CalFresh, and an estimated 3,700 residents will be subject to work requirements starting June 1st of this year. Operationalizing these work requirements will require new verification processes, outreach, and referrals to employment services, all of which increase staff workload and client contacts. To better understand the client impact of this change, it's helpful to consider an example. Jordan is a single parent who works part-time at a local restaurant, and he relies on CalFresh to cover groceries in between paychecks. Under H.R. 1, Jordan will be required to document 80 hours of work or approved training each month in order to keep his benefits, which he needs to help feed his daughter. With very variable shifts and childcare responsibilities, meeting strict verification windows can be difficult. And if Jordan misses a deadline because a pay stub is delayed or misplaced, he could lose his benefits, forcing him to reallocate spending from other household necessities like rent, transportation, utilities, etc. And as you can imagine, the loss of food assistance can quickly destabilize a household and increase demand for emergency services provided by our partners at the core service agencies or other nonprofits and charities. If Jordan isn't able to attend a food distribution event due to his work schedule, he and his daughter may go hungry or be late on rent, putting their housing in jeopardy. So you can see from a simple example how quickly these impacts can cascade and destabilize a family. From the staff perspective, Jordan's case becomes very time intensive, multiple phone calls, verification requests, and possibly an appeal. Another change to the CalFresh program that is beginning on October 1st of this year is that H.R. 1 reduces the federal share of CalFresh administrative funding. So there are two components to funding for these programs. There's the benefits that go directly to the recipients, and there's the administrative portion that pays for the work that we do at the Human Services Agency to administer these programs. The CalFresh administrative funding being reduced from 50% to 25% will cause us to incur significant costs. With state and federal decisions still evolving, we are engaging with our partners to clarify how administrative funding will be allocated and what the county's share will be. Right now, we estimate the county's exposure in fiscal year 26-27 to be $2.6 million, contingent upon allocation decisions. So in other words, H.R. 1's H.R. 1's cuts to CalFresh administrative funding by about $2.6 million also happens at the same time as workload demands are increased significantly. And that's not all. H.R. 1 also ties a new cost share to what's called the SNAP payment error rate. Each year, a small sample of CalFresh cases from large counties, which does not include San Mateo County, is reviewed to assess whether or not each household received the correct benefit amount based on its circumstances. H.R. 1 requires states with a payment error rate of 6% or higher to begin covering a share of benefit costs beginning in October of 2027. California's payment error rate for fiscal year 2024 was 10.98%, which would result in a 15% penalty pursuant to H.R. 1. If the state is required to contribute a share of the benefit cost based on that error rate, estimates indicate that the California penalty could be as high as $2 billion. We don't yet know whether counties would bear any portion of this penalty. This is particularly frustrating because most counties, including San Mateo, are not included in the calculation of the state's error rate. We work very hard to ensure compliance and accuracy, and our local error rate is well below the 6% threshold in H.R. 1. So that means that if the costs are passed on to the counties, we would end up paying for a penalty that shouldn't be assessed against our county. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the payment error rate is determined as the state taken as a whole, and our local planning range for that exposure is between $4 million to $12 million annually, depending on what the state chooses to do. Switching gears from CalFresh to Medi-Cal, there are 3 headline numbers that drive our planning. We have 27,000 individuals who will be affected by the reinstated asset test. 61,000 could be subject to new work requirements, and 52,000 of our annual renewals will move to twice yearly redeterminations. These changes substantially increase verification work, documentation requests, and follow-up contacts. The workload impact on our staff will be significant. More manual processing, more training, and more time per case. And clients will face more frequent paperwork and higher risk of coverage loss if they can't meet the new requirements. So let's pause briefly to consider another example of the client impact. Rosa is a senior who receives Medi-Cal and a small CalFresh allotment. The reinstated asset test requires reporting property and other resources that were previously excluded. For Rosa, gathering deeds and other financial documents like bank statements is confusing, and it often requires assistance from family or caseworkers. If her documentation is delayed, Rosa risks losing coverage, which may lead to her no longer being able to afford medications or stay on top of her health needs. Medical costs incurred during a loss of coverage could lead to bankruptcy and homelessness. As this board is well aware, older adults are the fastest growing demographic in our homelessness system, and the changes imposed by H.R. 1 will exacerbate that distressing trend. And for our staff, Rosa's case requires patient, hands-on assistance and coordination with legal or benefits counseling resources, which takes time away from other cases. Operationally, we are already seeing increased client inquiries and staff effort around eligibility verification, appeals, and re-enrollments. Staff are adapting processes and developing workarounds, but the cumulative effect is a heavier workload and much more complex case management. Beginning earlier this month and continuing with additional changes on April 1st of this year, immigration-related eligibility rules will add to that workload and create new points of client confusion. Under the new rules for Medi-Cal, individuals applying who do not have satisfactory immigration status will be eligible only for emergency and pregnancy coverage and are no longer eligible for full Medi-Cal coverage that includes preventative care. That change started on January 1st. For CalFresh and effective on April 1st, certain lawfully present non-citizen categories, which includes asylees, refugees, parolees, and similar classifications, will no longer be eligible for CalFresh. In San Mateo County, we estimate 1,000 CalFresh recipients will be affected by this change alone. In addition to the human impact of these immigration-related changes, which will dramatically impact groups that are already extremely vulnerable, the policy changes will increase administrative work at intake and redetermination, drive higher call volume and in-person visits, and likely generate more appeals and requests for information as affected individuals seek clarity or reapply for benefits. They will also increase demand on the county health system resources for uncompensated care where full Medi-Cal coverage is lost. From a worker's perspective, each new verification requirement adds steps: phone outreach, document review, follow-up, and sometimes preparing for a fair hearing. Our benefits analysts are focused on accuracy to avoid error rate penalties, but that accuracy requires time and training. The cumulative effect is longer processing times and higher staff stress. These changes also impact staff morale because our staff must now work harder to provide less benefits to fewer people. That doesn't sit well with the workforce that is committed to making a difference in our community. When a caseworker succeeds in preventing a coverage loss, it is a meaningful outcome, but it often comes at the cost of extra hours and diverted resources. These impacts show why our planning must account for both fiscal exposure and the human cost of administrative complexity. Implementation of H.R. 1 is staggered over time, and this slide shows the key dates of H.R. 1's impacts on our safety net. Because federal and state guidance is still evolving, we will continue to update our timeline and cost estimates as new information becomes available. Our next steps are clear. We will stay aligned with our state partners as guidance evolves, update cost estimates as implementation details emerge, monitor client and operational impacts closely, keep the county executive's office and this board informed with clear recommendations, and strengthen our partnerships with community-based organizations through shared data and coordinated communications. We will also continue to prioritize accuracy and error rate mitigation. In closing, H.R. 1 represents the most significant federal change to the safety net in decades. While our immediate fiscal exposure is limited, the operational and programmatic impacts are substantial and will grow if the state does not backfill lost federal revenue. We will return to the board with an updated cost estimates and recommended action as implementation details become more clear. HSA remains committed to protecting continuity of service, minimizing harm to residents, and managing fiscal risk through prudent planning and strong partnerships. And I want to express my deep gratitude for the entire HSA workforce for their relentless efforts to ensure that San Mateo County residents receive the support they need when they need it most. While the external landscape is growing much more complex, we are supported by a strong foundation, our dedicated workforce, trusted community partnerships, and the tremendous support we receive from this board and the county's executive team. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions unless you'd prefer to reserve questions for after the health presentation.
I think it'd be a good idea to take some questions or comments now. So I will open the floor to my colleague, Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We actually had a dry run of this presentation at First Five yesterday. And I asked Ms. Cunningham at that time, what if we created a CalFresh-like program in San Mateo County? So she went and sharpened her pencils and came up with a figure, which, if I recall correctly, it would be for 4,700 people, 1,000 immigrants, and 3,700 persons who would fall through because of the asset test, I guess. And the cost to us would be close to $10 million a year.
And actually, that didn't include the administrative costs. That was just the cost of the benefits alone. And we can't forget about the administrative component. So there would be an additional cost, we estimate, of about $1.5 million a year to support the staffing that would be needed to run a new program along these lines. Plus, we would have to develop a new system to administer the payments because our current case management system, which is called CalSAWS, does not have the functionality to support a locally funded nutrition assistance program.
I have just one other question. It seems patently unfair that a smaller county would be saddled with a penalty that was not of their own making. And is there any reason to consider suing the federal government for imposing that kind of penalty that was not verified in this county?
Well, it's really the state's decision about how to allocate the penalty that may be assessed against the state. And the approach that I am pursuing right now is through my relationships as the vice president of the County Welfare Directors Association, which enables me to meet monthly with the directors of the California Department of Social Services and the Department of Healthcare Services. I am using that opportunity and that space to advocate heavily for the needs of San Mateo County residents and our HSA.
One last question. AI, have you thought of implementing AI in terms of the administrative costs associated with the kinds of checks that your employees are going to have to make?
Yes, and another role that I play with my association is as the chair of the IT committee, and we are looking at various approaches to implementing AI in conjunction with the CalSAWS system to try to develop some automation and how to expedite processing because we all know the impact of these funding cuts at the same time when workload is increasing significantly.
Thank you. Well, good presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Gaucher. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the presentation. I've been looking for this and I appreciate it. On the CalFresh work requirements, how is that going to be implemented? Where are the jobs coming from in order for them to still qualify for benefits?
That is something that we are working on right now, and we've been working on rapidly expanding the capacity of our employment services branch of the Human Services Agency. We are in the process of hiring 40 term employees because this will dramatically increase the number of clients that we serve in that program. They could work anywhere. They're not required to work at one of our training programs, but we need to be prepared to provide job training and employment assistance for people who are unable to find jobs on their own. And we are in the process of operationalizing that right now.
Thank you. No, I think that was my one question.
Supervisor Mueller.
How soon will it be before we know what the impact is fiscally and we have to start making tough decisions about Measure K and other reallocations?
Well, we are not at risk this fiscal year, and I think the May revision will be an important step along this process, and to see what the state does with the final budget when it's adopted in the summer. I think that will provide a lot more clarity about how the state intends to handle some of these open questions about cost pass-throughs and the impact to the counties. But the other challenge is, given the staggered nature of these policy changes, that won't answer all of the questions. And it makes it very difficult for us to grapple with this evolving landscape and not getting the guidance that we need from the federal and state governments with a sufficient runway for us to be able to operationalize the changes without having to scramble a bit. So we should know when the state budget have better information, but I think you're just going to have to hear from me repeatedly over the next several years as more information becomes available.
But I'm trying to understand this from an operational perspective. How many months in quantified in dollars are at risk? So because what I'm assuming is we do the services, then we get paid back, right? And so is there a certain amount of time that we could be providing the services and then state budget kicks in and they say, guess what, you're not getting paid back for that? What's the dollar net risk there?
We may need to get back to you on that.
All right, yeah, I really would like to know that number because that's the amount of money that we need to understand needs to be set aside to go ahead and make us resilient to that risk.
Great question. We will submit a response to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I had a few comments myself just relevant to this portion so far. I wanted to make sure, and honestly, I kind of felt myself getting emotional as you were going through your presentation, because while we are talking about numbers, what we are actually talking about is people going hungry and our residents, our neighbors being unable to access healthcare and life-saving medication, etc. And so it is not lost on me that this is yet another impact that we are having to shoulder in our community, just like every community across the country in this specific case. But having been a nonprofit social worker, I have had experience supporting clients who had great difficulty interacting with the Social Security Administration and it has come to my attention. I want to make sure you know and the larger community knows that many people who were able to successfully access their Social Security benefit letters are likely now unable to because of the new restrictions they've put on accessing online accounts. I had an account open for my dad for years before this administration returned, and now we are unable to access it. The only way to access it is to verify through a phone number that is a disconnected home phone number that's been disconnected for over 5 years. And when I have called to try to get this information corrected, we can't reach anyone. And so the only way to access that card, which is required for benefits, especially for our seniors, is to call another number, make a request through that manner. But if you have moved and you're unable to update your online account, then you won't ever get that letter and you won't ever get that information unless you're willing to wait maybe hours on the phone. I'm not saying it's impossible, but these are additional hurdles for many seniors who rely on Social Security to live and also to prove their income. And so just elevating that as another barrier and one maybe we can find a way to navigate successfully. I know a lot of folks that work in HSA and they have ways that they figure out like what works and how they're able to get the information still. So just encouraging staff to share those successful avenues. And I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that with these increased workloads and increased paperwork and increased barriers, that your staff, who very successfully through your leadership were able to eliminate overtime for new cases, will now likely have to be faced with having to do overtime again just to get through the cases they already have. My district team does office hours that we make available to our residents, and the intention is to have residents come and ask for help with some of these things that maybe we know how to help with. If there are long lines or wait times in the HSA office or any county department, honestly. So I just wanted to elevate that as an avenue that could help alleviate some of that burden. And then just a larger call to action to our community. So many people are feeling anger, helplessness, and anxiety because of many things we're seeing. This is something that if you're good with tech or you know how to access an online account or you have time to wait and help your neighbor get what they need to keep their benefits, having some of those just foundational professional skills are really impactful. So I would encourage folks to talk to their neighbors and see where they can help. It is an action that we can take to alleviate some of the suffering and frankly potential loss of life due to these inhumane policies from the federal administration. And with that, thank you for the presentation, and happy to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Colleen Chufla.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you again, supervisors, for having us today. Like the Human Services Agency, the Health Department is also anticipating significant impacts for our patients and clients, as well as for our department, due to the state budget and federal H.R. 1. To share these impacts with you, I'll be joined in this presentation today by Dr. C.J. Canopoli, San Mateo Medical Center CEO, Gina Wilson, County Health Chief Financial Officer, and Jennifer Papa, San Mateo Medical Center Chief Financial Officer. We have 3 goals for our presentation today. First, to build on what HSA presented to make sure we have a shared understanding of the recent federal and state policy changes, and to add what we anticipate those changes may mean for our patients, clients, community, and department. Second, to review the county's indigent care obligations as the context for an overview of the San Mateo County ACE program. And third, to share what we're doing now and outline the key next steps that we're taking to respond thoughtfully and responsibly. I think this board is already well aware of our mission to help everyone in San Mateo County live longer and better lives, with a specific focus on overcoming health disparities in our community. Our work in support of this mission falls into 2 broad categories, both protecting the public's health overall as well as serving as a robust safety net, which is particularly relevant to the conversation that we're having today. You heard from Claire about the state and federal policy changes and their impacts on HSA. This section of our presentation provides context through the county health lens. San Mateo County has a long history of investing in services for our most underserved residents, and that commitment has shaped our safety net for decades. The 25-26 state budget and the enactment of federal H.R. 1 mark a fundamental shift in how the healthcare safety net is structured, financed, and safeguarded. These changes weaken protections for the people who rely on the safety net most. At the same time, we're seeing broader uncertainty in the community, including immigration-related actions, that is affecting whether people feel safe seeking care or services that they may be eligible for. Ultimately, these policies threaten the stability of the healthcare safety net itself, putting patients, providers, and communities at risk and undermining decades of progress toward equitable access to care. This is the new landscape we're navigating as we think about our community, our obligations, our programs, and our path forward. At this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Konopoli.
Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time today. As we begin our discussion of the impacts of these changes, I want to acknowledge that we still face a lot of uncertainty because the details are not clear. But we can speak to the apparent intent and likely outcome of these changes. They will reduce the number of people covered by Medi-Cal, increase the number of people who are uninsured, decrease the funding for the safety net, and disproportionately impact those with unsatisfactory immigration status, which means those individuals who don't meet all the criteria for federal Medicaid, but heretofore have been eligible for state Medi-Cal using state-only dollars. In speaking about the UIS population, I want to first state that health does not know who is in the UIS population. We do not ask about immigration status and do not record it. We have no medical need for that information. But current estimates are that about 20,000 San Mateo County Medi-Cal enrollees may be in the UIS population. Beyond the funding changes we are discussing today, we also want to acknowledge that there are a number of federal policies moving forward that impact immigrant communities and are being challenged in court. 2 relevant cases are policies that would bar those with unsatisfactory immigration status from accessing federally qualified health centers like those run by San Mateo Medical Center, and policies around sharing of information between Medicaid and federal agencies. We recognize that these threats to immigrant communities may have a chilling effect on people's decisions on how or whether to access care, even when they are eligible. Earlier, our HSA colleagues shared the number of Medi-Cal beneficiaries in San Mateo County who will be subject to the upcoming changes. Because of the ongoing uncertainty about how certain changes will move forward and what choices people will make in the face of them, estimates of who will actually lose or relinquish their coverage can be wide. It is estimated that between 21% and 31% of Medi-Cal enrollees in San Mateo County could lose their coverage. That equates to between 36,200 and 53,700 beneficiaries. We estimate that at least 40% of those impacted individuals will be patients who currently seek care at San Mateo Medical Center. As these changes move forward, we are likely to see the return of prior patterns, with people choosing to delay care, thus getting sicker, leading to higher utilization of more expensive emergency and inpatient services, and ultimately leading to worse outcomes. All of this will lead to worsening community health and higher costs because any community is only as healthy as its community members. This is a reality that San Mateo County recognized and embraced decades ago, and it is personally part of the reason I joined San Mateo Medical Center some 24 years ago. To illustrate this reality, I'd like to share the story of a patient of mine. He's 59 years old and Spanish-speaking. He's been my patient for 20 years. He has diabetes that's been difficult to control over those 20 years. He works at least 2 jobs to support his family, which includes school-age children. He currently has multiple surgeries pending for joint and hernia issues that sometimes affect his ability to work. He's not been able to move forward with those surgeries due to his poor diabetes control that makes infection risk for elective surgery unacceptable. Several years ago, during a strategic cycle focused on the social determinants of health, San Mateo Medical Center instituted screening practices to identify food insecurity and literacy issues. This patient screened positive for both. We've been working with him and modified our medical approach to acknowledge his literacy issues and connect him with social supports, including food. It remains a struggle, but his blood sugar control has gotten to the point where we may now soon be able to move forward with his surgeries. He is a classic example of someone who will prioritize the needs of his family over his own health needs. The access and supports he has received through his Medi-Cal coverage have been critical to his improvement. The changes that potentially lie ahead will reintroduce barriers that will likely send him back into the health spiral he was previously in. You've heard of the changes that are likely to impact people's ability to keep their current insurance coverage and the impact on their ability to access care. I also want to highlight those changes that will have direct funding impacts on the medical center. Starting in July 2026, the cost-based FQHC rate for clinic visits will be eliminated for the UIS population. This means that payments will fall to the base Medi-Cal rate, which is about 25% of the rate we get for those visits today. There are very few circumstances in which federal funds support the care of those in the UIS population, and one is when a financially eligible uninsured patient comes for emergency care and is enrolled in emergency Medi-Cal. We fund these services locally utilizing established federal matching processes. Starting in October of 2026, the federal matching rate moves from 90-10, meaning that if currently the cost is $10, we put up $1 and federal matching takes care of the other $9. Starting in October, that becomes 50-50. Then in January 2028, we start to see reductions in our state-directed payments. This includes many of our non-patient revenue supplemental programs, such as our pay-for-performance programs and enhanced payment programs. These represent a significant portion of the medical center's revenue and budget. Essentially, H.R. 1 sets a cap on these payments that is well below existing funding and requires that starting January 2028, the funding be cut by 10% per year until we get to that cap. I will now hand it over to Gina Wilson, San Mateo County Health's Chief Financial Officer, to further discuss the impacts.
Thank you, CJ. Assuming continued care for our existing patient population, San Mateo County Health could experience ongoing financial losses estimated at $24.9 million for fiscal year 26-27. It should be noted that this is 2% of the overall health budget and a little less than 5% of the medical center's budget. These figures represent estimated losses within the medical center, which is where San Mateo County Health would experience the majority of the impact. Moving on to this next slide, we break the impact down by fiscal year. In fiscal year 25-26, while a lot of these changes, some of the policy changes began this month, we expect minimal fiscal impact for fiscal year 25-26. For fiscal year 26-27, we anticipate a $24.9 million challenge, with the majority being the state-related changes to UIS at 18.6 and the balance related to HR 1. In fiscal year 27-28, the amount grows to $44.6 million, with the annualization of the changes in the prior years and the addition of the state-directed payment reductions. The state-directed payment reduction is expected to continue until fiscal year 31-32. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Papa, Chief Financial Officer for the Medical Center, to discuss indigent care requirements and the ACE program.
Thank you, Gina. As Gina said, I'd like to share some information on indigent care requirements and how San Mateo has met or exceeded these requirements through the ACE program. And I have not been ordered to take a picture. Sorry. I apologize. Thank you. Great. So as you're hearing today, the changes in state and federal policy are expected to impact the number of people with health insurance. And that in turn will shift care to county indigent care programs. Counties are required to act as the provider of last resort. That requirement is found in Section 17,000 of the Welfare and Institution Code. This specific language is captured in the box to the right there. The purpose of Section 17,000 is to provide a healthcare safety net for low-income residents to ensure they have access to essential healthcare services. Even though it's a legal requirement, what form this takes varies by county. Counties have some discretion within this requirement. It can vary in terms of eligibility, including the income criteria or immigration status. It can vary in terms of the benefits that counties choose to cover, and it can vary in terms of operations, whether services are provided through a county provider, contracted, or some combination. In San Mateo meets this requirement through the Access to Care for Everyone program, also called ACE. It's important to note that ACE is not insurance. This means it's not portable. ACE covers a range of benefits, including preventive, primary care, specialty, emergency room, inpatient, and outpatient services, which is more generous than the minimum required by Section 17,000. ACE covers residents ages 19 and older with incomes below 200% of the federal poverty level who do not qualify for another state or federal insurance program. And this coverage is regardless of documentation status. Most ACE services are provided at San Mateo Medical Center, and the program is administered by the Health Plan of San Mateo. So Health Plan of San Mateo administers the referral authorizations for those few services that are not available at the medical center, processes claims for us on our behalf. So returning to the potential impacts of state and federal policy changes on ACE, it's helpful to take a look at some of the changes that have happened in enrollment over the past couple of years. ACE enrollment peaked in 2022, around 27,000 participants at that time. The current enrollment is less than 1,000. What we are seeing is that many participants moved from ACE over to Medi-Cal during the period of Medi-Cal expansions that the state administered. As Medi-Cal coverage declines because of what we're talking about sharing with you today, demand for ACE is expected to rise. And the challenge that we have is that continuous expansion of ACE is not sustainable under our current funding. Regardless, we're committed to continuing to care for our patients, regardless of which coverage that they are presenting to us with. For our planning purposes going forward, the historical cost of ACE participants has been $4 million for every 1,000 new ACE enrollees. Pauline, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jennifer. So the risks that we're facing are real, but we are not passive in the face of them. We want to share what San Mateo County Health is doing today and our planned next steps. We're facing these challenges guided by 4 key goals. First, ensuring access to care for all of our patients and clients. Second, supporting our staff and those that we serve through these challenges. Third, exploring options now to reduce the impact of future changes. And fourth, to maintain momentum on long-term strategies that will strengthen our system and improve our care. These are the lenses through which we are shaping our current efforts and next steps. So our approach to address this gap is 3-pronged. First, improving our operations. We're accelerating improvement efforts focused on efficiency, effectiveness, and reducing staff burden, including continuing to improve our use of powerful tools and analytics contained in our new EPIC electronic health record. And thank you to this board for your approval to extend that to the remainder of our department, which will continue to help accelerate and improve our operations. We're analyzing trends, evaluating revenue streams, and using that information to inform system design and redesign. Second, we're increasing and diversifying our funding, improving our ability to capture all eligible reimbursements. As you've heard, EPIC is already helping us do that as well. And we're exploring opportunities to build on existing partnerships, including with the Health Plan of San Mateo. And we're continuing to advocate to protect or restore funding for safety net programs and services, a conversation that's happening actively actually at the state and the Health Committee and the Assembly today. We are also, thirdly, monitoring and assessing our ACE program stability. We'll continue to coordinate with HSA to help clients stay enrolled in Medi-Cal so that they minimize coverage losses. We're closely monitoring our program data on enrollment and utilization so that we understand what's happening in Medi-Cal and the ACE program. And we'll be evaluating this data to determine whether adjustments to eligibility or benefits are necessary to sustain that program. These approaches are about protecting access to care for our patients and clients, supporting staff, and making the system as resilient as possible in the face of these changes. So as we continue to advance on those approaches I just outlined, I also want to highlight our next steps as we respond. We will closely monitor state and federal developments and assess their impacts on patients, clients, and programs locally. And as more information becomes available, we'll update and refine our projected impacts. We'll provide regular updates and recommendations to the CEO and the Board of Supervisors, ensuring that you have the information that you need to make informed decisions. And finally, we'll continue to work through the CEO's office and our statewide associations to advocate for resources and policy change to protect both patients and the safety net. In short, these steps are about staying proactive, informed, and prepared in support of our community and our staff. So thank you, supervisors, for your attention and engagement this afternoon. I want to acknowledge our incredible team at SMC Health, including the leadership as well as the staff across our programs who work every day to ensure that access to care for underserved residents and maintain the strength of our safety net. Our department is committed to navigating these challenges thoughtfully and doing our best to protect our patients, support our staff, and sustain the programs that our community relies on. I look forward to your questions and our discussion.
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation, and I will bring it back to the board for any questions or comments.
I just want to say I thank you for the presentation. This has been, again, something important to me. I am looking forward to seeing it come back with dollars and the impacts, but this helps a lot to know what we're facing and the possibilities. And I, too, want to just thank you and your staff for all that you're doing for the residents of this county.
Thank you. Any others? Supervisor Spear?
Doesn't like me. So, Colleen, the number of ACE, and maybe this is for one of your colleagues, peaked at 27,000. But then they were allowed to join Medi-Cal, and many of them established their Medi-Cal status by December 31st.
Yes.
So do we have any idea as to how large that universe may be that did not establish their Medi-Cal status by the 31st?
I don't know if we know the answer to that. One thing I will say about the 27,000 is that was in 2022, as you stated, which was during COVID when redeterminations were suspended. So when redeterminations came back, people it reduced partially because people may no longer be eligible for Medi-Cal under the rules because they weren't verified annually during COVID. So when the redeterminations came back, it reduced already, maybe taking people off who weren't otherwise eligible. So that 27,000 might have been a particularly large number at that time. I don't know if we have a way to estimate the number.
Through the health
of
plan of
people
San Mateo, we should be able to get some numbers, correct?
I think part of the reason we're struggling is that there will be a lag. So anyone who wasn't in could get in by December 31st. Now we have 3 months where they could drop off and re-enroll. So March will probably be the next point where we can see now you're permanently out if you didn't re-enroll. And so we are partnering with the health plan to get regular numbers. And we do eligibility evaluation every time we interact with a patient. We'll be watching those numbers carefully to see the trends. But we may not get to an absolute number for a few months because of the various rollouts that are happening.
To also say that I will share that our Medi-Cal population, we have a higher proportion of our Medi-Cal population who is in the UIS category than others of my colleagues in other counties. And I think that that's because of the strong relationship through the ACE program and San Mateo Medical Center has had over such a long time. So many of the people, I think we've identified more people who are UIS in our county and enrolled them into Medi-Cal than maybe than is true in other counties. So we may be starting from a better place than some of our colleagues.
And then the health plan of San Mateo, as you well know, has additional financial resources. And I presume that you're starting to have conversations with them about how they might make some of that, or at least make recommendations to the board, how they might make some of that money available. I see this as a 2-year experience that we're going to have to endure. I can't imagine that it's going to go on longer than 2 years. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but if we can somehow sew a patchwork together that maintains a quality of life for those who need food and those that need health care, we'll weather through this. And I know that you're all working very hard to make sure that happens. So we thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Canepa.
Great. Thank you so much, Colleen. I just wanted to kind of get greater understanding around the elimination of the FQHC. We have many partners throughout San Mateo County outside of our health division, health department. So Ravenswood, I guess, is one. I would assume Daly City.
NIMS is another.
NIMS. How many other partners do we have outside of the county and NIMS? Do you know?
I think as FQ contractors with the health plan, I think those are the three primary, us, NIMS, and Ravenswood. Is that right?
I think your question is a good one, and like us, they have no reason to ask people about their documentation status, so it may not be clear. What I will say is that the vast majority of ACE patients, as Medi-Cal expanded, stayed with the medical center. And some were already at NIMS and Ravenswood, so we probably will not know the impact to them until this starts to play out more.
Yeah, I would just say it's important really to have that conversation. I think secondly, what I'm really concerned about is really the preventative health care piece. And so I think we know, and I think it was referenced about emergency room visits, but I think one of the things that the county has been really able to do is to really get out ahead in terms of the programs and access. So for me, what I'd hate to see happen, and obviously, depending on the resources, and don't look like many are coming in the next fiscal years, but just really to rethink that because we made so much progress. You know, what do we do to make sure that there's a plan in place to kind of keep that together? And I just want to say this in terms of you know, healthcare access. You know, Supervisor Groom, who was on this board, was really and served on the board of the medical center. Our focus was really to be extraordinarily proactive in making sure that everyone has that healthcare access. And so, my big concern, it always comes down to the patient, or it comes down to the people that we serve. And so, hopefully, you know, we'll be able to solve this. But we're going to need our partners like NIMS and others to really provide us with the data. Because I'd be curious, you know, a data point down the road is to really see, you know, how many people are we serving now compared to how many people with these changes are we going to be able to serve later. And then looking at that, and I guess from a public health policy perspective, you know, what are the outcomes? What are the health outcomes of these changes? And so I think in closing, I sort of think of it, you know, pretty simply. Who are we serving, right? How are we serving? And then potentially with the limited resources, what can we do? And so I just want to thank you, Colleen. I want to thank you, Dr. Canoply. I really want to thank you for your leadership, not just as the, you know, president or CEO of the medical center, but you serve my district. You've done it for 20 years. I think you go is it twice a week or once a week?
Ideally, it's twice a week, but other duties sometimes interfere.
Okay, good. But I just really want to thank you for your service. You've helped a lot of people that I know in my community, and you've done it very, very well. And these are the people at the end of the day that we serve. And so thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will just add briefly that I'm grateful for the presentation and the thoughtfulness in which it was presented, and we'll explore more in other meetings and offline. But I'd like now to welcome Dr. Kismet Baldwin Santana, our Public Health Officer, to give the final presentation.
All right. Thank you, President Corzo, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Niblin, and mates. I am indeed rounding out the day with a quick, brief public health update. The things that we're monitoring and looking at right now. All right, so the respiratory virus season, we monitor and watch respiratory viruses throughout the year. It's not just during a certain time, but we do see the bulk of the cases between October and in April. So that's really the peak of the season. And that's what we refer to as the respiratory season when we're talking about that moving forward. We're looking at influenza. So far, we have seen the typical increase in ED visits and cases that we would expect for this time of year. That's represented in the red line on the graphs. Little higher than 2 seasons ago, but definitely less than last season. So again, nothing surprising so far this year. We're on a little bit of a plateau. It could go up from here. It could go down. We're not sure yet. The forecasting at the state level does kind of show us in a kind of a holding period. And we'll see if we get a little extra bump or we just continue to decline for the rest of the season, which we hope to do. There's also oftentimes a smaller bump with one of the other influenza viruses later in the season that usually causes less severe illness. So that wouldn't be unexpected either. But we're happy to see that our ED visits and at the state level, when they're looking at hospitalizations, is not higher than what we would expect. It's been in the news quite a bit this season about what they were seeing in the East Coast for sure, and some other states in the U.S. with these really high, influenza cases and a spike in hospitalizations and severe illness. But thankfully in California, when you look at hospitalization rates, so per 100,000 residents, we're almost 4 times lower than Virginia and New York, where they really saw those steep increases in hospitalizations. So for whatever reason, nobody seems to have a good explanation why we have been not seeing that severity, that same level of severity as some of the other states. Same thing for COVID. The activity remains low, and it's even lower than what we saw last year at this time. The last significant increase we saw was in late summer, early fall of 2025. Still trying to figure out COVID, what's going to be the seasonality of it. Is it going to be more of a late summer, fall virus? Is it going to, peak in the wintertime? Not quite sure, still feeling it out, but we do so far are seeing consistently lower levels of COVID than we have in at least the last 2 seasons. For RSV, another one of the winter viruses that we see, that also has been lower than the last 2 years. Starting to see that peak. We do think it's going to start to come down from here. The groups that have been most affected with RSV are the under age 5 and over age 65, and that's where we've seen most of the hospitalizations in California. Not unexpected, those are the groups that tend to see more severe illness. And just a couple of other updates. Death cap mushrooms, there is a active outbreak still going on. As of January 18th, there's been 4 deaths, 3 liver transplants, and 39 hospitalizations. And those 39 hospitalizations I don't think include the recent family in Sacramento, the Sacramento area. So it's ongoing. We typically see around 5 cases a year. It is severe. So not exactly sure why we're seeing this increase, except for the fact that we had the early rains in November. With the rains and the moisture, we had more growth of those mushrooms, and they're just more abundant. Also, even though they grow throughout the state, most of these cases have been seen from Monterey into the Bay Area, not so much in Southern California or the northern California. We have had one resident in our county who did become ill after foraging mushrooms and was transferred to San Francisco. And unfortunately, I don't know the disposition of that person yet. It's not a reportable illness to us. No one has to tell us at the health department that they have this case. And so it's been sometimes a little difficult knowing real time what's going on. So we are working with the California Department of Public Health and Poison Control to try to shore up some of the notifications so we can get an idea of what's actually happening. But we have been trying to put out information and education and postings to let people know that this is the situation that's going on and we want them to be safe. Super Bowl has been a big topic lately, and probably not as well thought of, but we are working with some of our surrounding jurisdictions, San Francisco and Santa Clara, figuring out how we're going to monitor any illnesses or outbreaks or something that happens due to a large number of people coming in, and they're going to events, and they're in closed, confined areas, and there's the potential for, transmitting illnesses and things like that. So we're working with our neighbors to use syndromic surveillance to monitor kind of real time as best we can what's happening and notify people if we start to pick up on something. And then the last thing is measles. Measles cases in San Mateo County in the last 4 years so far this year, including so far this year, we've had 3 cases, 1 last year, 2 this year, and you see in California the number of cases they've had in the last few years so far. Our cases have all been related to international travel. They have traveled, they've come back, they've gotten ill, become ill, and they're diagnosed. So there's still the need to get the information out. which we're trying to do. If you're going to travel, make sure you're, update on your vaccinations or you have documented immunity. Protect yourself, protect your loved ones, and really prepare. Vaccination is still the best way to protect yourself. Those are the updates that I have, and I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baldwin-Santana. How do you prefer to be addressed? Public Health Officer, Dr. Baldwin-Santana? Just
Dr. Baldwin-Santana is fine.
Perfect.
Or
Okay.
Kismet, that works too. Right?
Thank you. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Not seeing any. We just want to thank you for the presentation, and we hope to work closely with you, but we also don't want to see more public health outbreaks. So think twice about what I just said a little bit. Thank you. And with that, I believe we are ready for public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking public comment on item number 4, study session. I have no speaker cards for chambers, so we will be going to online.
Thank you. We're now on Zoom comments for our study session item number 4. We have 4 hands raised. Ann Schneider, followed by Sabrina. Ann, please unmute and begin. Ann Schneider, please unmute.
Sorry, accidental hand raised.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and go to the next speaker. Thank you. Sabrina, followed by Sid Young. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people's surgeons who hold all political power. I'm a little disturbed in the last comment where the county health officer, who's an unelected official, is using drones to monitor people's health. I hope you are being conscientious of the California Constitution's right of privacy and the 1.1 section that was just recently passed that included medical privacy. Also, as far as like the amount of people that you have on Medicare and Medi-Cal, there is a reason why the public trust, which is a federal program, states that illegal aliens, and yes, it is illegal aliens, it is the correct federal term for that, are going to be are being purged off the rolls because they aren't eligible for these benefits. Now, on one of your websites, it says San Mateo and Santa Clara counties are the home to more than over 1 million foreign-born residents. 40% are who are not U.S. citizens. This also contributes to overinflated costs on these. That's why they're finding the fraud. The California Inspector General also had found this, and you guys are well aware of this. So those things are coming to an end, and they have to come to an end. And have you thought about also just publishing everything in English as required by the California Constitution? Because that would be a money saver. Thank you.
Thank you. Sid Young, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Hi. During COVID, there used to be a chart you could look up on the county website, the health website, that would say how many cases of certain, well, in that time it was COVID, but you could find out, what the different districts and areas had new cases. And I was wondering, I thought I heard that the government, the federal government, disallowed us publishing data, health data like that. And it still would be interesting to know if there's a surge in your particular area, so you can take better precautions, like maybe wear a mask to the store or, stay in, that kind of thing. Does the San Mateo County Health Department still publish such a thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Our last speaker, Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as a child of God, one of the people, Siri Juris. I would just like, for one, the medical explanation of COVID. If you look it up, COVID has been around for a very long time. It is called the flu. The medical term is called COVID. COVID-19 was a strand of a flu. Okay, so yeah, it's flu season, and everybody should take precautions. But I don't think that we really need to be pushing unstudied, uncertified medical procedures on people and acting like it's going to make them better, because that just makes the public worse. Okay, these flu vaccines have never worked. Every year it's, oops, we got the wrong strand. Once again, COVID-19, a strand. They can't predict this. So therefore, anyone who pushes a vaccine that they cannot say and promise that will do what they say that it'll do, then you're just harming the people. These vaccines have side effects, and they are deadly. We are no longer living in COVID. Come out of the fear, trust your body, and trust your God. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. No further comments, Madam President.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for final discussion. Okay, not hearing any. I want to thank everyone for engaging and presenting during this study session. This is the first one of the year, and we will have more this year, but that will be a topic for another time. Thank you so much. And with that, we are adjourned at 3:24 p.m. Thank you.
The meeting is adjourned at 3:24.